we start, and there it goes, and maybe there it goes. Okay. I think we did it. Twinderella, welcome in. It's good to see you. Twinderella, I was at the post office yesterday. Thank you. Phoenix, welcome in. Officially and formally. Theta, welcome in. Hello. Happy, checks the day of the week. Happy Tuesday. Seeing ads? Yes. Slinka, welcome in. Hello. Zach, welcome in. Zach, I didn't say it, but I like your hair. I didn't say it the last time we interacted, but I like your hair color. Not and Getty, welcome in. Hello. And I like your new raid video. Shayna, welcome. Shayna, hi. Hello. Lemon, welcome in. It's good to see you. Happy Tuesday. Oh my God. OBS still says I'm not streaming.
Hello.
So I don't know. OBS is like, would you like to go live? Yes. Apparently. Baker, welcome. Baker, can you put that in Discord, perhaps? In the stream dump channel? There's a link for that in the chat. Oh. Yeah, Phoenix, those network things are really cool. The electrical ones. They work really, really well, too. You can't plug them into a power strip, though. It has to be directly into, like, the hardwire. So, like, they don't work off of a power strip. That's the one caveat to them, which, like, I think makes sense to me. Chapstick Queen, welcome in. Hello. Hello. My name is Elder Price. And I would like to share with you the most amazing book. Hello. That's where all those hellos are from. They're from the Book of Mormon, in case you didn't know. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Bypassing the modem isn't something that can usually be done. Yeah, basically, the guy told me that the modem, he was like, it's not necessary unless you're using cable too. He's like, some people like to use their own device, and that's fine. And I was like, really? Seems like you wouldn't be able to monitor my network traffic as well with that. And the guy was like, well, we just monitor it on the other end. And I was like, you son of a bitch. Okay. It was a good comeback. Okay, what are we cooking today? I'm trying to cook. This stream has been live for 20 minutes. Looks good. Hopefully things are good. So I have a project that was a, like, talk about your favorite cookbooks for, like, a little article, and one of the ones that I submitted was one of the ones that I've talked about and used on stream a bunch of times. And so I'm going to make a few dishes from this book today, and then we're going to take some photos of them. Anyway, this is not like an ad. This is not an ad for this book. Anyway, it is a book that I've used a bunch. Like, these are all recipes that I've made from here. I really love the concept of this book, and I've made recipes from here. I've made pieces of recipes from here. I've made a bunch of recipes from here multiple times, and those are the ones I'm going to make today, are the ones that I've just made, like, over and over and over from here. I've definitely made all of these on stream at one point or another. Today we're going to do a thing of corn fritters. So They should look like that. We're also going to do some harissa and honey chicken. It looks like that. This is the harissa recipe I've used multiple times. This is the recipe I was making when I melted the stove camera. So this is the one where we like burn and char a bell pepper on the stove. Also gonna go back and we're gonna try these chocolate chip cookie recipes again. Now, when I try these recipes again, I am going to not look at any of the notes that I have in here, not look at any of the additional weights or any of the things I have in here. When I make these today, I'm going to make these exactly as they say to do so in the book, with all the amounts and weights, etc. So these cookies have bedeviled and beguiled and absolutely mocked me before, but we're gonna bake them again today. And be that as it may, that might happen again, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. I also would love to make this citrus salad, which we'll do at the end because that one doesn't require any resting and says serve immediately. So I'm gonna read these because some of these require, there is some resting required in here. So we're gonna read these. We're gonna go over them and see what order of things I want to do. That's the goal before we start cooking, because I don't want to miss the fact that I have to rest the corn fritters for an hour. Yes, I knew there was one of these that I had to rest. Anyway, so we're gonna do a little bit of like review, then we're going to start. Part of what I want to do today is take some pictures. I don't usually show picture taking on the stream because I usually just take my dish to the sink and take a picture of it on a cutting board in like 3 seconds. But part of the assignment today is some photos, indirect natural light photos with minimal styling was the direction. So we're gonna do indirectly lit, minimally styled food photography today as well with my iPhone, the iPhone. Okay, Phoenix. I'm particularly interested in the networking conversation, so I'm sorry if I'm in the weeds, and I don't want to belabor the point. But hold on. Usually one end of the modem is coaxial DSL fiber, the other end is Ethernet. Routers themselves don't have a receptor for things other than Ethernet. Right. Our modem has a coax input for cable, which we don't have, and has an Ethernet input for internet, which is what we use. So I swapped the Ethernet from the modem to I have a TP-Link Deco router if that means something to you. TP-Link Deco router. Yeah, it cuts the unnecessary pass through. Exactly, Phoenix. And I think that to me, I feel like the fact that I hadn't streamed through that connection yet might have caused some type of hiccup, like somewhere along the daisy chain from this laptop through the electric in my house to the new modem, etc. So I'm like, somewhere along the line something tipped and whatever, I don't know. But the guy the maintenance tech told me that the modem, he said it was basically a server for all Verizon services, and he was like, if you're not using cable, if you don't have like cable or TV, then you don't really need it. You can use your own modem to take the signal from the street to whatever. So it was cool. Lou wins over Cookie. Hopefully I charm the cookie just enough to like get it to be tasty. I also have butter out on the counter because it does say that I need to put butter out. Robbie, welcome in. Drink more, cook less. It's good to see you. Fudge drawing. This is kind of a control recipe. Yeah, I've complained about this recipe many times on stream. It's very it has been tricky just because there's like some level of like softened butter / like I just can't figure it out sometimes. I don't know. I've made them maybe 6 to 10 times and they've come out good once. But when they came out good, they were the best chocolate chip cookie I've ever made. So I'm chasing that high and hopefully today we get there. Cheesy Dad, welcome in. Cheesy Dad, I just followed your channel today. I found you from... Where did I find you from? I found you on, maybe it was a stream team or something with the Planty Gamer, who I also recently followed. I saw like a link in their profile. Anyway, I love a dad, and I am a dad, and I appreciate seeing you. Thanks for coming through and saying hi. Thank you for reminding me to put out butter, Baker says. I have reminded the baker of something. Good. I'm glad I reminded you. Let's read these recipes. Cookie highs. I know, right? I'm just gonna, hold on. Phoenix, I had him check and there's no rental charge for the modem, so I was just like, I'm keeping it, thanks. He did check for me. Mundane, welcome in. Welcome in. I just said because one of the things I wanted to buy today was chocolate chips. Hold on, pause, because I didn't know if I had any. Oh God, okay, good, I do. I also have like regular bar chocolate, which, as I said, we're gonna follow the recipe exactly. And now I'm like, I could just cut up bar chocolate, it's fine. I could, and I would, but I prefer not. All right, what are we making today? We are making a couple things. Let's start reading some recipes here. I just want to make sure that I know sort of where resting has to happen and if ingredients need to come out or whatever. Corn fritters. We need flour, baking powder, salt, milk. Check the old Cremo Land milk here. It's good. Melted butter, eggs separated, 2 cups of corn kernels. I got corn. Green onions, got that. Canola for frying. We're gonna use vegetable. Excuse me. And then flaky salt. Okay, so I got all the ingredients. Whisk together the flour, baking powder, and salt. Create a well in the center of the flour and pour in the milk, melted butter, and egg yolks. Whisk until smooth, then cover and refrigerate for an hour. Sounds like we should do that first. Possibly. Sniff test successful. Yes, exactly. The other day I wasn't home. I was out. It was like a weekend afternoon. I was out like all afternoon, and Gwen and Calvin were home about to. And Calvin was like, "Oh, I want to make some. I want to make a tomato mayo sandwich." So he and Gwen like looked in the fridge, and the mayonnaise had expired like that day, like literally that day. And they were like, they didn't make the sandwich because both of them were like, I don't know if I trust it, right? And I came home and the mayonnaise was out on the counter because they had decided it wasn't any more good. So they left it out instead of putting it back in the fridge. Which is fine. If you decided it's no good, then leaving it out is reasonable. But I came home and they told me the story and I was like, friends, if the mayonnaise expires on the day that you're looking at it, you can eat it. Just full stop. Almost always, you could just eat it. It should be fine. Just sniff it. If it smells bad, it's bad. It's mayonnaise. It's not that complicated. Anyway, sniff test is acceptable. Milk is an easy one. It's usually bad if it smells. No, scratch that. It's always bad if it smells. Lemon, good luck. with all of your things today. I hope that you are able to be productive. I know that sometimes it's hard to get into that rhythm, and I hope that you find it. And there's a really nice feeling of satisfaction on the other end of that. So enjoy. Ashik, welcome in. Good to see you. Ashik, I realize I verbally did not respond to your note the other day about the sticker, but I read it, and then like 3 hours later, I was like, shit. This is me responding now. Except mayonnaise. Yes, I know. I knew it was that. See, I saw in chat. I was like, Lemon's like, oh, I'm gonna try to be productive. I gotta like turn it down. So I was like, okay, cool. Mayonnaise talk can commence. I'm just kidding. Just anyway, I appreciate you. Oh my God. There's always room. There's always food. Cheesy Dad, one of the things that this stream is like, one of the vibe that I like, that I try to have, is that anybody who's in chat or is like chilling, hanging out, is like sitting at the kitchen counter. So if you've ever like hung out at someone's house sitting at the kitchen counter while they cook, that's sort of what we're going for. Trying to be productive. Right. Lemon, do you need me to time you out so you can't chat? I don't want to, but I'm happy to. Okay, so we refrigerate the eggs. We refrigerate the corn fritter wet for an hour. Remove the batter from the refrigerator, stir in the corn kernels and green onions. Okay, put the egg whites in the bowl of an electric mixer fitted with a whisk. Put them in a mold and get a large whisk and beat until they hold soft peaks. We're gonna do that in a bowl. Fold the egg whites into the corn mixture until no streaks of white are visible. Set a wire cooling rack over a rim baking sheet. Preheat the oven at 250. Okay, so we keep the oven on. Can't impress me on Canada Day. I shall not. Shit, I should have worn my Canada shirt. I didn't know. I haven't been on the internet this morning. I should go put my Canada shirt on. It's clean. I know where it is. I did indeed fail. Okay, so then without crowding the pan, we put them in the pan. Pop the corn. Don't pop the corn. Start stream again. Jesus, Baker. Oh my God. I need to get the, wow, it is pouring rain out. Damn, when did that start? Okay. Fritters to a cooling rack, put them in the oven, serve hot. Okay, so basically, we got to make the batter for this, but then there's like another step. And I need the oven to keep these warm, so before I make the fritters, I want to make the cookies, because they're the other thing that goes in the oven. The chicken thighs also go in the oven. Hold on, but the chicken thighs can go in the oven. Oh, they're supposed to be grilled. I don't believe I've ever actually grilled this recipe, so that's fine. And you know what? The book is called Repertoire. The book is supposed to give you a large set of tools and little things that you can use in your kitchen to help build a repertoire of skills. So I think it's fine that I'm not going to grill this chicken. I'm going to put it in the oven. We're going to put it on a wire rack so that it sort of grills it. And then maybe we can broil it at the end and like burn the shit out of it on top. Facts. Okay. This is, however, let's like check what we need to do for this. High Vibe Mike, welcome in. Nothing a little broil won't hurt. No. And if you're trying to get a little like char on it, so this is a harissa and honey chicken, so there's a lot of there's sugar in this, so when you boil it, it should caramelize and char a little bit. When you broil it, I have trouble saying the word R, like the name R-O-R-Y. Rory, we can't be friends because I literally cannot say your name out loud. Apologies to anyone in chat whose name that is. If we ever hang out in real life, I will call you by your screen name. That's why I also can't live anywhere RURAL, because it just doesn't feel right coming out of my mouth. Anyway, broil is right on the line. For the harissa, over a gas flame, char the fresh pepper, put it in a bag, let stand for 10 minutes, peel stem and seed, fry the spices in a frying pan, transfer to a mortar and pestle. We're going to transfer these to blender because I've learned that the mortar and pestle is frustrating and takes me a long time, and I don't have a big enough pestle. The pestle being, wait, which one's the bowl? The mortar is the thing. The mortar is the masher, right? We've covered this on stream. We've had this conversation literally every single time a mortar and pestle comes up. It's fine. Anyway, the mashing part is not big enough to like mash whole spices. Anyway, I'm going to use it in a blender. It's fine. Add the bowl of food processor. Add the ground spices to the food processor. Add the cayenne. Add the paprika. Add the salt to the food processor. Add the peeled red pepper and the tomato paste and process until smooth. With the processor running, drizzle in the drizzle in the olive oil. Taste and season with additional cayenne. The harissa can be made ahead, stored in an airtight container, refrigerated for up to 2 weeks, or frozen for up to 3 months. Super. Okay, then we cook the chicken. So I think what we want to do. Okay, so let me read the cookie recipe and make sure there's no like unexpected resting, etc. in here. Robbie. Rural juror. Nah. Rural juror named Rory. Doesn't work. Just doesn't. My mouth is like, fuck you. No. Sorry. Ace, welcome in. I could have won something colorful. I could have won something Canadian. Happy Canada Day. Yes, Baker. Exactly. The mortar is the bowl. Okay. I thought okay, so the pestle, so it is kind of like a flour. The pestle is the same as the pistol in the flour, right? Drivel. Pure garbage, Ace. It's true. I want to know if the author actually waited 3 months to try it. It might be 3 months before I actually cook anything. Next, Dr. Hags Mikey, welcome in. Okay, cookies. Keep my eyes off my notes. I know. Well, the notes that I have on here are how to have the recipe, how to make a half portion of the dough, and the other notes I have are weights for the various dry ingredients. So I'm gonna not use the weights today. I know. Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. I know. I'm moving to the country. Unexpected resting, Ace. I love that. Bowser Big Bean Burrito, welcome in. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Philly cheesesteak fritters. Hell yes. Master Splits. Philly cheesesteak would absolutely fritter. It would absolutely fritter. You just got to mix it in with a batter. Cheesesteak, you got to mix in the shaved steak, pre-cooked, already cooked shaved steak, fried onions, and cheddar or some type of like melty cheese into just like a regular old fritter batter, and that would be banging, as the kids say. Sorry, the kids don't say that. The 27-year-olds say that. The kids say something else, and I don't know what it is. Chocolate chip cookies. Okay, 4.25 cups of all-purpose flour, kosher salt, baking soda, baking powder, unsalted butter, 2.5 sticks of unsalted butter. Shit. See, I already need to get out more butter. We've already messed it up. 2.5 sticks of unsalted butter at room temperature. Room temperature. Dark brown sugar, granulated sugar, eggs, vanilla extract, semi-sweet chocolate chips. All right. Whisk together the flour, salt, baking soda, and powder. In the bowl with an electric mixer fitted with the paddle attachment, combine the butter, brown sugar, and granulated sugar and beat on high speed until light and fluffy. About 3 minutes. Stop the mixer and scrape down the sides of the bowl with a rubber spatula. With the mixer on medium speed, add the eggs one at a time, followed by the vanilla. Reduce the mixer speed to low and gradually add the dry ingredients, mixing until combined. Remove the bowl from the mixer and fold in chocolate chips. Preheat the oven to 375, line 2 rim baking sheets with silicone baking mats or parchment paper using an ice cream scoop or a tablespoon. Scoop the dough and roll into balls slightly larger than a golf ball, about 2 inches each. Transfer the balls to the prepared baking sheets, facing them about 2 inches apart. Transfer the pans to the oven and bake until the cookies are golden brown on the edges, but still soft in the center. Around 10 to 12 minutes. About a minute before the cookies are done, I do something weird. I lift each pan about an inch off the oven rack and drop it down with a thud. The cookies deflate, and I'm convinced this is what gives them their excellent chewy texture. It could be my imagination, but try it and see what you think. Remove from the oven and let cool for a minute on the baking sheet, then use a spatula to transfer the cookies to a wire rack and let cool. Repeat with the remaining dough, or transfer the remaining dough balls to a rim pan and freeze. Okay, no resting for the cookies. So, the cookies do not get rested. I want to do, let's see. So we have cookies, harissa, then chicken, fritters, and maybe a citrus salad at the end. Here's the order of operations. Baker, take your butter. It's almost warm. Yoink. Yes, please. Phoenix says, I don't want to know what the kids call things anymore. They lost me at Skibbity, right? The part where the guy's head pops out of the toilet, I was like, I'm out. I'm just kidding. I didn't watch it, but I wanted to. Turner says, my kids mostly laugh at me when I call things anything, really. I know. It's so cringe. The drop method is fun. Hi, vibe, Mike. The part of the cookie, it's funny, this cookbook has that, and then the other one that I really love, that actually I should put this over by the stove. This cookbook, the 100 Cookies cookbook, has a whole section in it called which I think is super funny, but it has a whole section in it called pan banging cookies, which we've made several of these both on stream and for Cookie Club. Also, I really want to dig into this. I really genuinely want to do a stream where I make a couple nice cocktails out of here that has some weird stuff. Like this apple and miso cocktail looks great. The shimeji mushroom elixir. Super. Later. Mike, command cookies. Cookie. Probably both. Or either, rather, in chat. There is a Cookie Club. We do a monthly giveaway for community members. We pick a cookie to make. We do drawing. You can enter Cookie Club through a ton of different ways. Many of them free, some of them paid. And we make them on stream. I make them, I vacuum seal them, and I send them out. It's a nice thing. And I meant to do the Cookie Club drawing today, but I didn't get around to finish I didn't finish processing all the Cookie Club entries from June, so sorry. Maybe we'll do that on Thursday, hopefully. And we'll definitely do Cookie Club next week. So yeah, we'll probably do that on Thursday. Anyway. Baker, you don't do the pan banging? It does work. It really does work. Baker, yeah, mixed drinks are super fun. I'm not like a cocktailologist. That's not a word. Mixologist? Whatever. I almost said cosmetologist, but that is quite different. But I do think it would be fun. The thing is that I don't think other folks in my house are gonna want to drink the cocktail. So I need like a thing. I need like other people to make them for, right? Because it's like makes 8 to 10 cocktails, and I'm like, fuck, okay, but like I'm not gonna drink 8 to 10 cocktails in one night. Actually, I might if they're NA, right? Charcoal Dragon, welcome in. All of y'all redeeming y'all's Cookie Club entries. I see you for July. These are all July entries. Someone tell Twitch to quit crashing. See that? I would love to be able to have that authority. Mixology, alchemologist, right? Alchemy. We're making gold on the stove. Don't tell anyone. Okay, how am I making these corn fritters? Okay, first, how am I pacing this? How am I pacing the day today? All right, so I want to do the. I want to make the fritters last because I want them to be able to stay in the oven at the lowest temperature. And if I'm cooking chicken and cooking cookies in the oven, it's not going to work. So, let's figure out the order here. Does Cookie Club deliver to Australia? You know, Charcoal Dragon, I would ship to Australia. I think I would love to ship to Australia, and I would also, if someone is drawn in the Cookie Club, who's from Australia and would like me to ship them, I would probably ask to have some of the shipping cost covered. Depending on what it is. I don't actually know what it is to ship to Australia. I never have. But I know I've shipped to Canada, which is not really close to Australia, as far as I understand. What sauce should I use on Greek pizza? Trindrella says, what sauce should Trindrella use on Greek pizza? Trying to recreate one that you had from that y'all had from a place near where you lived when you first got married. Grape leaves, an artichoke. Can't remember a sauce. Was not a red sauce. Pesto would definitely work. What if you did something like an artichoke dip? Like, not a dip, but what if you used artichoke or well, feta doesn't really melt. Yogurt might be weird. Aioli. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking, I was thinking of that, but I'm like, there's no cheese, melty cheese. You could do like an oil heavy sauce. I think pesto might be the way to go. I think tzatziki might get weird when it heats. Like it might separate and curdle. I would do something oil-based, like olive oil-based. Maybe like olive, maybe like maybe like roasted garlic, like a bunch of roasted garlic and olive oil sort of like blended together. Maybe. Phoenix says, you've done tzatziki. It spread thin and it was fine. I think pesto would work well too. Like herbs, like my head just keeps going back to like olive oil being a big part of that cuisine. Maybe like a excuse me. Maybe like a pistachio heavy pesto might be really good. No aioli. Yeah. I don't think I have the patience to make an eggless aioli. Phoenix says I've done Greek pizza using lemon juice and tomato sauce. I mean, I'm thinking too, like a sauce with like diced tomatoes, not necessarily like a red sauce, but like tomatoes in oil. Might be. Lemon, congrats. Congrats. I managed to get a good workout in this morning and I was very happy with myself. What's your reward? Do you have rewards per task? Spinach pesto. I think that seems I mean, I think anything green. What are some greens? Could you do like a grape leaf pesto? That could be fun. I think okay, order of operations today. We're gonna make the fritter dough. So, because we're whisking the flour, baking powder, and salt, milk, butter, and egg yolk together. We're liquefying that. That's all. And then that goes in the fridge. It says refrigerate for an hour. I don't know if I'm assuming I can refrigerate it for longer than an hour. Let's see. Hold on. Doesn't say. Okay, I'm assuming I can just let this rest for longer than an hour. So we're gonna make the fritter dough first. My reward is less pain. Yes. That is always helpful. Sun-dried tomato pesto. That could be good. So enjoy your Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. I hope you're doing well. It sounds like y'all are having so much fun today. I hope it's a good one. And it's good to see you. An olive hussy. Ooh, what about like an olive? Oh wait, sort of. Did somebody say this already? An olive like tapenade? That could be really. That could be an adventure. An olive hussy. Yeah, all the olives. I love olives. Okay, we're gonna make let's do the corn dough wet, and then we'll prep the rest of the corn. We'll prep the shaved corn and all the other ingredients. The shaved corn, the green onions, the rest of it. Prep corn ingredients. Then we will make the harissa. Master splits. We will get there at some point. One of our moderators has to put up a poll, and it's usually Sofluff. It's often Sofluff who puts up the poll. And Sofluff is celebrating Canada Day today. So the Canadians are getting a well-deserved break. Okay, so we're gonna do the corn. We'll prep the ingredients. Blame Canada. No. Oh my God, you saw? Did they just had this whole like digital services thing was so funny. I bet you they were just like, we're gonna throw this out there, and then like we know we're gonna pull it back so that like this buffoon can get a win and feel good about himself, and then we're just gonna carry on with things. And I bet you that's exactly what was happening. Anyway, not to get down that rabbit hole, but I feel like that was intentional. Anyway, let's make the harissa. We'll make the harissa. Then we will then we'll make the cookies. Okay, so harissa, prep, cookies. Then we'll do the chicken. So we'll bake the chicken at the same time. So the cookies should be done by the time. Yeah, we'll do the cookies. While the cookies are baking, we'll prep the chicken with the harissa. Prep chicken bake. So we'll bake the chicken or roast or whatever we're gonna do with the chicken. Then we will fry the fritters, because at that point the cookies will be done, the chicken will be done, the fritters are next. So the fritters, fry, finish, fry, warm. Okay, so the cookies will be finished here, then the chicken, then the fritters. Okay, then we'll do, if we have time at the end of that, I'd love to make my favorite salad from this book, which is super pretty. The avocado and citrus salad with shallot vinaigrette. It's super easy. It's not super easy. I'm kidding. It's actually weirdly complicated because of cutting the citrus. But anyway, it requires no cooking. So that is ideal. Yeah, no cooking in this. And the only thing you have to do is let the shallot and lemon juice stand for 10 minutes. Let the dressing stand for 10 minutes, which is great because it'll take me longer than that to cut up all the stuff. Okay. I closed the book as if I'm not going to use it immediately. It's very definitive. And now I'm just like, okay, but I got to open this again. All right, let's make the corn dough wet. That's what we're starting with. There is a poll in chat. What Canadian cuisine should we cheesesteakify? Donair, poutine, beaver tails, that word, toritere. There it is. You can copy and paste it and look it up if you want. Or Jig's dinner. You tried. I did try. Damn, did I try. Trying doesn't equal success, though. That felt like a failure every single time I tried to say it. Anyway, there's a poll in chat. If you have a favorite Canadian dish that is not represented, you can put in a ticket and your complaint will be handled in the order that it was received. Okay. Corn fritters. In a large bowl, whisk together the flour, baking powder, and salt. So we're going to do, before we get started, damn it, I knew I got out more butter. Now I have 4 sticks of butter on the counter. I was like, I thought I got out 3 sticks. What the hell? Okay, I did. It was hiding. It was literally hiding. Can I put this back here? Is that going to fit? Ah, yeah, it does. Beautiful. For share is like a meat pie. I love a meat pie. Hidden sticks of butter. I know, baker. It was just behind something. It happens like that. We're gonna leave them all out in case we decide to change the recipe. We're gonna go wild. Well, let's get my ingredients out here. Let's get my ingredients out for everything, actually, because I don't want to have to keep going back to the cabinet. Okay, so all-purpose flour, baking powder. I know I needed baking soda. We're not flouring any surfaces or anything, so I don't need that. All right, but flour, baking powder, salt, kosher salt I have on the counter, butter, eggs, corn, green onions, oil. Where's my oil? Okay, we're gonna fry with vegetable oil today. It says canola, but no. And okay, so that's it for the corn fritters from that cabinet. Next, we have the harissa and honey, bell pepper, got it, cumin seeds. Let's see, coriander. There's cumin. Where's caraway? Caraway. I don't see it. I don't see caraway seeds anywhere. That's fine. I know I have it. Where are they? Mustard? No. Ground? No. Poppy? No. Okay. I think I bought a new jar of it. That's why. They're not there. They're up here. There they are. Okay. Caraway seeds. Garlic is in the cabinet. Cayenne is in the other cabinet. Spanish paprika, got that. Kosher salt, tomato paste, olive oil, and honey. Okay. So, here's my Harissa spices, including cayenne pepper. There it is. Okay. Cookbook. There it is. And for the cookies, we have flour, got it. Salt, baking soda, okay, need that. Baking powder, got that. Butter, dark brown sugar, granulated sugar, eggs, vanilla extract, got that. And semi-sweet chocolate chips. You know, this is not going to be a pound of these, is it? No, it's not. Damn it. Okay, hold on. Oh my God, look what I found. Oh my God. I found something. Perfect. You know, sometimes, every once in a while, there's like a little light that comes on. Anyway, I found chocolate chips. I kind of want the pantry cram. I am over in the baking cabinet, which is just like a cabinet that's on the other side. It's on just on the other side of like this counter. Have I done that before? I don't remember if I like showed the baking cabinet before. It's just a absolute mess of things. And then I think that's all I need. That's all I need from this cabinet over here. Unless I need more flour, which I might at some point. We have an active poll in chat. FYI. Shayna, I know, right? 50 minutes. And maybe we should start cooking something. I don't want to flip out, man. Why does Harissa sound like a girl's name? It would be listen, if I met someone like, if someone introduced themselves to me as Harissa, I would be like, can we be friends forever now? Thanks. That would be a nice name. I've made this Harissa recipe several times. And it's always very good. Never seen Half Baked. I feel like I know I've seen it. I don't remember all the finer details of the plot, but I know I've seen it. A dream to have a cabinet for baking. Yeah, it's like this weird out of the way cabinet in the kitchen that like you wouldn't ever use for anything that you needed to like get to quickly. So I was like, well, let's just put all the baking stuff in one spot. Because when I need it, it's all there, and then it's like out of the way otherwise. I heard Callista. Oh no. Okay. We're good. Let me move this. I'm going to move my notebook over here. That way I sort of have a good like, okay, my order of operations is ready to go. All right. In a large bowl, whisk the flour, baking powder, and salt. Create a well. Pour in the milk, melted butter, and egg yolk. Oh, I need to melt some butter. How much butter do I need to melt? 2 tablespoons of butter. Yup. That's easy. I believe this little piece is 2 tablespoons. It is. It is. Let's just melt that. Let's just melt that in the microwave. Nobody tell. I'm not going to melt this on the stove like I normally do. What is that? It's like a something. There's a something, some sort of piece on the bottom of that. 1 minute, power level 7. Start. Large bowl. flour. Step one. Right. We're trying to get to step one. Here we are. We've arrived at step one. Corn fritters. Flour, baking powder, and salt. 1 cup of all-purpose flour. The Philly cheesesteak Donair. Donair? Am I saying that one correctly? Was the winner. Which does sound very good. What is on standard Donair? What is in like your most basic one? It's not cheesesteak. I know this. I know this to be true. All right, butter's melted. I'm gonna do something today that's uncommon for this stream, which is I'm going to use measuring cups for dry ingredients. And I'm going to do that just because I want to capture the authenticity of cooking from the cookbook. I do. I want to like measure the thing as you would measure it if you were just like a general non-weirdo about weight in your cooking just like from a cookbook. I don't know. I just want to use the measuring cups today we're to try to go back and just follow a recipe like exactly, which I have trouble doing sometimes. Baking powder, powder, confirmed. 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon of kosher salt. That's not kosher salt. Shit, my kosher salt's in my camping box. I'll be right back. It's upstairs. Hold on. I need to get salt. The camping box is still out because I was camping last weekend. So I have not yet gone to the store to get salt. Nope, wrong box. That's not the right one either. Don't you hate when people are like, I found it in the last place I looked? Like, yeah, why the hell would you keep looking? What are you talking about? You're not special. Okay, anyway. Salt. This is the part where the lid comes off and it spills all over the floor. That didn't happen. There's a Donair sauce that's unique to the East Coast. It's sweet with condensed milk. I love condensed milk for a sweetener. It is super sweet. 1/2 teaspoon of kosher salt. Great. Cup. Where's the lid? Where? There it is. Okay, got it. Levin, thank you. Matty Matheson, man, he is I remember when he sort of got popular for the first time. I had a friend, one of my friends used to manage one of his restaurants for like a decade before he got popular or famous. And I've heard a lot of interesting and fun stories about her time in that world. Camper baking shells, right? Mike, it's we're trying today. We're trying. Welcome in. Hey, Woma, that's 140 check-ins. That is a Cookie Club entry. That's super cool. Watch, I'm gonna write it down. Are you ready? I'm also gonna write July next to it because I haven't done those for the last month yet. So parts and labor. Yeah, actually it might have, was it parts and labor? I think it was parts and labor. Yeah, it would have to have been, because that was like the only place that he had. But yeah, she like helped him open, or I don't know if she helped open or whatever. She worked there for a long time in like the beginning, and it's funny because now, like, you know, he's famous generally now, and I love sort of hearing all of the stuff about that time, which seemed to be very fun. And I don't want to like, I'm not gonna like speak out of turn, but I do. He's funny. I kind of I'm never sure like how to take him. There's a show called This Hour Has 22 Minutes that did a skit on how the Halifax Donair was created. This Hour Has 22 Minutes. That is, that's a sly way of telling you there's a lot of ads, isn't it? Cyborg K Chop, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. His early years were pretty wild story. That's kind of what I'm talking about, Baker. It is funny. Yeah, she doesn't work there anymore. Definitely does not work there anymore. Is still in the industry, but is on the alcohol side of the industry now. It was okay, more fun than anything. I believe it. It seemed like just a time and a place. You know how there's places like that where it's like, you know, everyone kind of goes to the one spot for a little while and it's sort of the epicenter. Oh, I have to separate egg yolks. Okay. We're gonna whisk this together. Damn it. My shoe came off. It didn't come off. I was taking it off. And then I like couldn't get it back on and I was about to trip. Okay, we're gonna separate some eggs. Let me wash my hands real quick. We're gonna separate these eggs. We're gonna measure the milk. We're gonna put the eggs in, the milk in. We're gonna stir. We're gonna pop it in the fridge, and then we are gonna take a quick words on screen break. So a little bit of a heads up on the order of operations in the next couple minutes here. I know that there was a note in chat that said there's an ad break coming up. Heads up, there's an ad break coming up. There is an ad break coming up, but it'll be a few minutes. It will be a few minutes. Okay. Eggs. Separate. 2 eggs. 2 eggs. A loud East Coaster. And I think that's part of why when... Yeah, I think the loud part, the East Coast part, I can definitely relate to. He's a common type of Canadian person. He feels, yeah, he's definitely distinct. Definitely a distinct person. I would not equate his energy to anywhere in the US specifically, at least not that I know. So that's really funny. That observation that he's just like a specific type of Canadian is great. Appreciate his food and appreciate him, and his food is yummy. I don't know if I probably have had something that was a recipe of his or from somewhere at some point. I feel like it's hard to avoid. I don't think I've intentionally ever made anything of his. But I know he's on that show too, like the popular The Bear, which I watched the first season of, and then I was like, this is not, I don't know. I wasn't into it. It was a lot of like, there's a lot of yelling. It did not make me want to work in a restaurant, that's for sure. Create a well in the center, pour in the milk, melted butter, and egg yolks. Milk. How much milk? A cup of milk. 1 cup of milk. Not and Getty, welcome in. Whisk until smooth, then cover and refrigerate for an hour. Am I supposed to put salt in this? I did put salt in this. Hi. I did. As I was saying it, I was like, you did do that. Okay, a cup of milk. 1 cup of flour, baking powder, kosher salt, a cup of milk, 2 tablespoons of butter. Okay, so we have the milk. the butter, the melted butter, and the egg yolks. These are the yolks. And we're going to whisk that together until smooth, and then we're going to put it in the fridge and forget about it for a little while. Just a little while. Not that long. The pit for healthcare workers, the bear for back of the house. Yeah, I just feel like I watched it. I was like, I don't want to work in this world. Like, I wouldn't want to work in this world. I feel like I would enjoy like working in a kitchen and sort of that environment, but like the dining, like this, I don't know, having that's the sort of pressure. I watched the first season, and I know that there's like another season or two after that, and I was like, I don't need this. It like made me stressed. I don't like watching shows that make me stressed. I have the literal news for that. Okay, we're whisking together until smooth. I'm using the smallest whisk I could possibly grab out of the drawer for some awful reason. Okay, this is pretty smooth now. Taco Chronicles. Is that one of his cookbooks? What is that, Baker? Boris, welcome in. All right. That is as smooth as I think I can get it. So, Lemon says, we just finished watching A Wheel of Time with Amazon. Got canceled. It was getting good. A Wheel, is that, I'm assuming that's a sci-fi show? One of my favorite series of sci-fi is called Children of Time. A book. Fantasy. Okay. Baker says, I can't watch stressful shows. I get anxiety. I get invested in characters or stories. Yeah. I don't want to watch a show that's going to like make me super stressed in a real life way. You know, I don't mind watching like a sci-fi show where it's like, maybe they're going to get sucked out of the air hatch. I'm like, great, situations I would never be in. Perfect. DJ Harley, welcome in. That is 36 months. That is 3 years. That is a 3-year subscription. God damn. I appreciate you. And a tier 3 resub. Cheers. You can have some confetti. And cookies this month. And cookies. Actually, wait. No, I send you cookies every month because you're a tier 3 subscriber. Benefit of being a tier 3 subscriber, you get cookies every single month. If anyone's looking to upgrade, September is probably the time to do it. Lemon says, when it comes down to watching the bear is watching people abuse each other with some food to balance it. Right. And you're like, I'm like, you're watching people yell at each other. They're like hateful, and then they're like, and then they like make up, but they don't really talk about it. It's like, if I was in that environment, I would still not feel settled after what they showed. Like after the like, they like fight and then they yell at each other and then they don't really like close the loop. I don't know. It's just, abusive is a good word for it because that's kind of what it is. The Black Swan or Whiplash of the food world. I know Black Swan. I don't know Whiplash. It sounds like Whiplash would also be weird, or not weird, would be a bit much to watch. Dan, welcome in. Okay. The jazz version of Black Swan. I love it. I mean, there's all sorts of movies and shows and stuff that are like, well, you think you want to glorify this. No, you don't. Okay, we finished making the corn dough wet. When we come back from our 3-minute words on stream break, we're gonna do the rest of our corn prep ingredients, and then we're gonna make harissa and start making cookies. For those of you who are new to the stream, we run 3 minutes of ads every hour-ish. Usually around the top. We're going to try to do that around the top of the hour today. During the ad break, we run 3-minute ad break. We run 2-ish games of words on stream. So if you like words on stream, feel free to hop into chat. Otherwise, it's a good time to get up, get a drink, go to the bathroom, do whatever you need to do. I'm going to wash some dishes and we'll be right back. Here comes an ad. Words on stream is available. BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition.
Okay. I literally am going to do some dishes because there are dishes to be done, and the water is hot because I put them in the dish pan before stream because I was like, during the first break, I'm going to do dishes. So here we are. We're doing the thing. We're doing the thing. And then later today, we're going to do some pictures, and that has to be over by the sink too, because that's where I can put the cutting board. So we need to make sure this is clear. I think I'm going to do the pictures by the sink. I might end up doing them over on the other side, and if that's the case, then we'll adjust the camera. But anyway, that's a little ways in the future. We have to have food to take a picture of first for that to happen at all. Just a couple words left. Looks good. Very good. That one was very close. That was very close. Oh, God. So, maybe this is TMI, but after school ended, I had that lovely experience of opening Calvin's backpack like a week and a half after school and being like, oh, there's a lunchbox in here. Oh, it has food in it. Oh. Anyway, that was fun. I'm now like cleaning something out that has a thermos that has multiple days of rest associated with it. Yuck. I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum, but this is gross. Nobody's yum. Isn't this great? If you subscribe, you can hear me talk about all these details and more. Hey, welcome back if you're on Twitch. I appreciate your patience. Speaking of, our ad break should be finished up now. I'm finishing up a few dishes here at my sink, and there is a game of words on stream that is being slowly finished on the screen. So hop on in if you feel like it, otherwise I'll be back in just a moment. I am washing the thermos. It's happening and going okay. All right, but we're about to have last guesses. If you want to get your last guess into chat, we're about to be able to do that. 3, 2, 1. Quick last guesses for this round. I have finished the dishes in the sink. Totally done. Emptying the water. Oh, hold on. There we go. Now I'm done with dishes. There was a whisk in the bottom of the dish pan. Whoops. Hey, good work today. All right, let's come back. We did it. What is that word? Did you get it? Did you get it? Oh, now the mouse is working. Great. I see. Okay. Scroll. Rebzar, welcome in. Good to have you. One left. That's always fun. One word. Okay. First thing we did was corn fritters. Now let's prep the rest of the dry ingredients, the rest of the ingredients, period, for the corn fritters, so that when we are ready to cook, we'll have them available. Put the egg whites in the bowl of an electric mixer. So egg whites are here. Do the egg whites need to be refrigerated? No, probably not. Will they whip up better if they're cold? Yes? Question mark? I think so. Did that sound just come through on stream? Was there a rumbling that just happened? Because that was my stomach. That was weird. I could hear it. It was very audible for me. Corn kernels. Okay, so we need the egg whites. Put the egg whites, remove the batter, stir in the corn kernels, stir in the egg whites. Okay, so we need corn kernels and green onions, and then we can move along to making the harissa. Corn kernels, I need 2 cups worth, it says. So we'll get out our 4-cup measure, because the 2-cup measure is in the dishwasher, I think. I don't see it on the dish pan. I didn't just wash it. It's not down there. So I'm pretty sure it's in the dishwasher. Woman says, when I was a kid, I left a bag with a sandwich, I think. That is an ominous statement for what comes next. In a back, left the bag with a sandwich, I think, in a backpack from the previous year, that when I finally found it, it was so moldy I couldn't even tell what it was. It must have gotten lost at the bottom because I wouldn't have intentionally left food like that. Yeah, I opened Calvin's lunchbox and I was like, wow, that's a lot of colors that were not there originally. And a lot of fuzz. And I definitely scrubbed it with lots and lots of cleaning solution. Surprising mold. It was surprising. I was like, oh, look at you. This is, I mean, when I find stuff like that, it's always sort of like, oh, you know, I'm not grossed out by it. Like, it's not gross, but it's like, oh, wow, that's cool looking, or whatever. It's a plastic bag. Yeah. And it's probably like ballooned up to like the bursting point. Stuff like that, it's always lucky if you, if it doesn't burst when you like touch it, because sometimes just that like little bit of pressure is all it's gonna take. It was squished flat. Oh, even better for the scientific examination of its contents. Okay, I got this corn at the Italian market yesterday. I have no idea where it came from. No idea. It looks to be sweet bicolor corn, which is good. That's what's in season. That's pretty much what you can get everywhere that sells corn at the moment. So good to know. This is sort of what I was expecting. It wasn't labeled. It just said corn. And I asked, and the person, the vendor also didn't know. So I was like, oh, okay. But it was slightly cheaper to get it on the cob, or it was slightly cheaper to get it in the husk. They had some that were completely peeled already, and I was like, it was like $1 more, and I was like, that's fine, I don't need to do that. menaced by mold, truly. It didn't ferment. Okay. Yeah, I guess the fermentation is what I'm thinking when you it happens in like bottle, like in a bottle. If you like have a bottle with some sort of drink in it that gets left, and then you're just like, oh, the bottle's like at its bursting point, and you're like, maybe don't touch that. All right, this corn looks good. It says about 3 ears of corn should be 2 cups, so we'll clean off 3 ears and cut that. I think that's probably seems about right. Usually 3 ears of corn is kind of what I use for a default recipe amount. We've done a couple corn recipes. The most recent one that I did was a corn salad recipe, and that also used 3 ears of corn. So I feel like that's a pretty common like metric volume, not metric. A mold grenade. Oh my god, can you imagine? That is like bioterrorism. A mold grenade, good lord. On the other side of that, like chaotic good. I love getting, there's every time I run across like free seed packets, you ever see those in stores? Or whatever, just like, whatever sort of local seeds. It's usually like sunflowers or something like that. Anyway, I have the occasion to see free seed packets every once in a while, and I do love the distribution, the random seed distribution every once in a while. You like open up a packet of seeds and just like toss it onto like an open area, see what happens. Why did I even say that? Because I said something about bioterrorism, and I was like, oh, but like, that's bad. What's good? Throwing seeds around, I guess. I don't know. All right. Corn, 3 ears of corn are ready. Let's cut those up. And then we'll do the next thing after that, because that's how cooking works. And following a recipe. Megan, welcome in. Have I played The Last of Us? I have not. I have watched the show. I'm completely caught up on the show. So, and for me, I'm probably never going to play the game. And I meant to actually look up what happens. So I intentionally wanted to spoil it for myself, because I was like, I know that this game exists and whatever. But I think what you're saying, I was gonna say marshmallow, the mushroom people, the ones that like spew the spores, that was at the end. That was towards the end of the most recent season in the show. I have a better chance of hydrating on stream than playing a game. I don't know how I would play a video game right now that wasn't Fortnite, but I do have my bottle of water here. Mushroom people. Yeah, I mean, what else do you call them? Are they all clickers? I feel like they're not all clickers though, right? Isn't clickers like a subset of them? I don't know what else to call them. They're just the mushroom people. So I have a theory. Can I share with you? Can I share with you my personal conspiracy theory that I have thought of in my brain? It has to do with mushrooms, not mushroom people. Sort of mushroom people. I don't know. Maybe it does. Anyway, and we can talk about The Last of Us. Anyway, I have a theory that while, you know how people believe in like the afterlife, right? I have a theory that, mycelium is sort of like this network that goes all over the world, like everywhere. Like all the mushrooms in the world are like tangentially sort of connected to each other. And they're a decomposer, so they break down the the stuff of life as it ends, as life ends, and they consume and return that stuff to the ecosystem. Anyway, I have a theory that your consciousness gets sort of into the mushroom, the globalized rhizome mycelium network, and that while you may not retain your individuality in that, there's some level of like connectivity to sort of like the global world that remains ongoing after you pass. So that's my theory, that your sort of consciousness gets consumed and uploaded to the mushroom network in the world. Follow me for more conspiracy theories and crank opinions. The mushrooms are eating your consciousness, Owen. Yes, exactly. Coming back as a fun guy. Are you saying I'm not a fun guy right now, Baker? Is this a new religion? It could be. It could be. It's just like I'm a relatively, you know, I'm a relatively non-religious person, and so sometimes there's thoughts like that that are like, well, but what if? I mean this with the most love, but this is definitely a stoner thought. I'm only sharing it right now. I didn't come up with it right now. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that I didn't come up with that thought in this moment. It was separate from right now. We'll see. I don't remember when that thought happened, but I like to think that, you sort of, you meld with the rest of the natural world in like a nice way. Did the mushrooms tell you this? Yeah. I mean, I probably had that thought with the sort of I probably had that thought watching The Last of Us at some point, because I'm like, oh, then you get to the part of the show where like, okay, hey, spoiler alert. I don't know, whatever. It's not a spoiler because this is just like nondescript. But there's a part with a pipe and like the mushrooms like coming through the pipe, and someone like touches the mushroom on the pipe, and the mushroom people like kilometers away like already know that happened. I'm like, there's collective something in there. Dude Mesa, welcome in. Deepin thought about in a beanbag chair with a bunch of cookies. Deepin thought about mushrooms eating our consciousness, right? I mean, that is. I wish I owned a beanbag chair. I used to have a beanbag chair. I had one when I was a kid. I used to like to sit in the beanbag chair because you could sort of spread out and sort of like sprawl. It was always kind of fun. Dude Mesa, welcome in. Did I say that already? Like just now? Was it like the last thing I said? So we all become a bunch of fun guys. Fun people. Sure. Fungi consciousness. I mean, what's more likely? That? Or everything else that you hear? Climb, welcome in. How many cups of corn do we have here? We're getting baked. Yes, we are. The oven's not even on. That's about 2 cups worth of. That's about 2 cups worth of corn, I would say. Fully baked vibes. Yeah, I mean, we're getting it today. I didn't. Fun guys, non-binary. Yes. Okay, corn is ready. I need the green onions. Stop. I'm like putting the cutting board away. There's like, I literally have to cut some green onions. So we remove the batter, stir in the corn kernels and the green onions. Okay, so we need 2 green onions, it says, thinly sliced. It doesn't give a volume for that, so let's find a green onion in this batch of green onions that looks acceptable, because some of these look terrible. Some of these are not good. I got these at the Italian market, and they were not refrigerated. They were definitely not refrigerated, and it was hot, and then so some of them are just a little bit wilty, which is okay. We're gonna rinse those off. We're gonna rinse off the rest of them. Disco Lemonade, welcome in. Hope everyone is doing well today. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well, generally speaking. We're cooking today, and I'm actually like following recipes today, which is weird. I don't always follow. I follow recipes regularly enough, but it is notable. You know, many times if I'm just making like a dinner, I'm not following a recipe, but we're trying today. We're going for it. All right, green onions are rinsed, and Disco Lemonade says, "So we're gonna farm." So it's a hot Wednesday, but it's great to be outside. That is good. I hope hydration is easily available for you on that outdoor work. Working outside in the summer is always just like gallons and gallons of water, and it's not getting. And it's definitely like even more so now. Hold on. Okay, no, the corn's there. I'm like, oh, I have a stock bag. I want to like put stuff in the stock bag. Where are my corn cobs? All right, I found them. Everything's good. We're good. We're good to go. We are, in fact, going. Cooking here. Very weird. I know. We're trying. Trying. Sometimes. Phoenix says, I follow recipes in the sense that I come up with things in my head and then make them. I do too. I definitely, like, when I'm cooking dinner, especially if I'm streaming it, I have thought about it. 95% of the streams I do, I have thought out at least the base level, like what the end product is and what ingredients I want to use. I might not like have fully vetted my techniques and all that, or like how I'm cooking something, but I've definitely considered the minimum, you know? Often I write that down, but not always. All right, green onions, we're just doing the tops of these, and then I'm going to take these base onions and put those in my stock bag for the next time I make vegetable stock or chicken stock or any kind of stock, really. And the green onions can just go in here with the corn because we fold those in together at the same time. Lovely. All right. I am finished with the corn prep. The only other thing that has to happen for the corn is the corn fritters is to whip the egg white until they hold soft peaks, which we're going to do in a bowl with a whisk. Then we fold that into the mixture that's in the fridge. Then we cook on the stove using a large pan and some vegetable oil, 4 to 5 minutes per side. Don't get rushy here, it says. Don't get rushy and turn up the heat, it says. If the oil gets too hot, they'll darken on the exterior before they're cooked inside, and the corn can start to pop, which we don't want, because we've had that happen making this recipe before. It happens basically every time I make this recipe. So maybe we'll like really try to cook them lower and slower today. But we're ready. The corn stuff is ready. Let's get that in. Let's get the corn the other corn ingredients in the fridge here because those are not happening yet. We did it. The stock market, yes. The stock market comes around every once in a while. We just made stock recently. I have it all in the freezer still. Okay, harissa prep. So we're making chicken with the harissa tonight, but the harissa is a sauce. We're not going to use all of it. We're just making harissa, and that's going to get used a couple times, probably over the next like week or two. I'll add it to things, but we're going to make a big batch of the harissa today, starting with red pepper. TJ Harley says, chill the egg whites and the beater and it will fluff up quicker and fluffier. You know, I'm going to chill the egg whites and I will put my whisk in the fridge. I'm going to try to do those by hand because I'm using the mixer for cookies and it'll be dirty. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what state the bowl is in when I've finished mixing. When we're doing the cookies. So we're doing, the order here is we are doing the fritter prep. So we prep the fritters, then we're doing the harissa in completion. Then we're going to make the cookies because the cookies need to bake and cool down. So once the cookies are finished baking, then we'll do the chicken. We'll put the chicken in the oven. While the chicken is baking, we will fry the fritters. When the chicken is finished, we should be able to turn the oven down. Then we'll have the fritters going in the oven that's warm, along with the fritters. The chicken and the fritters will stay in the oven while it's warm. The cookies will be on the counter. And then while that stays warm and the cookies cool, if we have enough time, we'll make the citrus salad that I'm thinking of. Woman says, I thought only a particular corn pops. Not all of them. These, I mean, they pop in the sense that they sizzle and like pop out of the pan. They don't pop like popcorn, if that makes sense, but they do sort of splatter. Like the moisture in them hits the oil and pops, but it doesn't turn into popcorn. So it's a little bit of the language there is not exactly accurate. Disco Lemonade says, I made a big batch of pesto with scapes and I feel like it's the same vibe. I'm using it on everything this week. Totally, it's the same vibe. It's a sauce. You make it and then you kind of use it for a while and it's great. I also love pesto. I also love scapes. Garlic scapes specifically. Are there other scapes? And it's very seasonal right now. Like scapes are in season where I am in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, East Coast, United States, right now. For the harissa, over a gas flame, char the fresh red pepper on all sides until the skin is blackened. Transfer to a paper or plastic bag. Loosely seal the bag and let stand for 10 minutes. Okay, let's get out a paper bag. Hold on. Are we ready for this? We did it. See? The perils of being not tall. Nope. That's not gonna work. There it goes. Okay. Paper bag. The movie White Men Can't Jump lied to me. I bet you I can jump higher than Woody Harrelson can jump right now. Was he in that movie? I feel like he was in that movie. Was it another one? Was it a different guy? You think it compromises the texture when they end up popping? I don't know, Baker. I mean, it's sort of, I've had it happen. Usually it's all around the edge. That they like, the ones that are sort of spilling out in the oil. So no, to answer your question directly, no, I don't think it does. We still need to know your vertical. I'm wearing Crocs and they're not even on sport mode. Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes. Okay. I remembered Wesley Snipes. Liz, good to see you. Welcome in. thank you for your resub. Thank you for your company, your moderation, and your continued lovely cooking recipe, cookie, etc. suggestions. I appreciate you. It's good to see you, and happy Tuesday. We're gonna char a pepper on the stove. We're not gonna melt our camera. This I promise you. We are gonna do this on the stove. So let's do this time. Here we go. We're gonna change the view. We've always done the view from directly overhead for this, and I don't think that works. Maybe. So let's see. Is the stove cam working? The stove cam's working. Lovely. Okay. Hold on. Before we turn the flame on, can I get that sorry. Oh, sorry, it's Canada Day. Sorry. There we go. That's good. All right, let's try this. How do we do this? Just turn it on, right? Yeah, turn it on. Burn the pepper. So we're looking to just burn this sort of all over. I'm gonna rotate it. I'm gonna sort of keep this in motion. Phoenix says, I'm white and can't jump. I think it's more my knees and ankles. Refusing, because I don't want to deal with the landing. Totally. I definitely get that. I played junior varsity volleyball for a year. I'd like you all to know. And I learned how to jump higher than I think I could have otherwise. There's I can do like a volleyball jump, which I will not demonstrate, but it is a slightly exaggerated version of a jump. Ava, welcome in. I'm gonna spike the pepper. Hopefully not. I also hope to not set off the fire alarm in this process. It shouldn't, though. It usually doesn't. I don't know that this process has set off the fire alarm before. Oh my god. You know, I think I've been rated like twice by Gingerbread Beauty. I think that she's rated the stream twice now, and I believe, I mean, more than twice, but I think 2 of the times that she's rated have been like while a complete sort of kitchen meltdown was happening. And I feel like that's sort of, I don't know. I feel like the folks that have come here from there are like, what the hell is this guy's problem? And I don't care. I will change nothing about my behavior. Or technique or anything, but it's funny, it's notable. Over your 5-year streak of not setting your alarm off, that's commendable. Have you tested it to see if the batteries still function? Planned entertainment. No, honestly, the fire alarm going off is never planned. I would never, I mean, I guess I could plan for that, but like, I just don't want it to go off. Oh, the plugged in ones. Don't those still need a battery though? Like, I have to mine chirp at me all the time. They chirp at me all the time, and I'm like, I just replaced the battery with you, on you. I think that's probably a good reason to like not use crappy batteries. I don't know. Let's turn this up a little bit. It doesn't, if it doesn't beep and you see the light on, if the light's on, that's good, right? We like the light being on. Like that. There it is. Ah! Tripping over my compost bucket. I think this is one of the more fun things to do in the kitchen, honestly, is the the pepper charring on the stove. Like anytime you can just use like your stove as a grill is always kind of fun. We're getting there. It's almost probably about halfway done, I would say. Surface area wise. There's a thing in chat that talks about the Google Calendar. Do any of y'all use Google Calendar? I love it. I subscribe to a lot of different calendars. I love that you can sort of turn them on and off. I mean, I guess you can do that in any calendar program. But fellas, welcome in. I was on and then I was off and then I was on again. So it may have, the notifications may have gotten wonky. Fellas, that happened today. Like I started and then like went live and then the stream went off and now, oh, I should check. Does OBS think I'm streaming now? Does it think I'm live? I don't even know where to look. Oh, it does. It switched. Great. OBS recognizes that I'm live. Perfect. Oh, gosh. Anyway, there's a thing in chat. I maintain a Google Calendar for the stream schedule. So if any of y'all are calendar people and you like subscribing to a calendar, you can subscribe to that and it just has the stream and when what's on that Google Calendar is like what's on my own calendar. So like that's how I remember what days and times I'm supposed to go live. Is Google Calendar the default? I think it is, fellas. Isn't everything on Android default Google unless you set it separately? I feel like maybe it is. I don't know. It might also just be like whatever phone you have, like Samsung, Motorola has all these like apps too. I don't know. I'm assuming it. It would be my assumption that it would be the default on Android, and I would be surprised if it wasn't. All right, we're getting a little char on here. This is nice. So this side still needs a little bit, so let's kind of put that one down. I love doing this with peppers too. It is super satisfying. This is like, it's such a fun, like satisfying process. One of the reasons I miss having a gas stove. Mega, welcome in. Totally. Yes, completely. Like you can't, the other thing that you could do to do this would be to use like a hand torch. You could do this in the broiler as well. But yeah, if you have a stovetop gas range, this is definitely the easiest way to do this. And the most satisfying. It is the Samsung calendar. Gotcha. Yeah, I feel like when I first got, so I use a Motorola phone for IRL stuff. Because all the IRL apps, all the apps for IRL are like Android first, and that's annoying. But it tried to get me to use all of the built-in Motorola calendar manager, and I was like, this thing sucks. No. You rely on the brain calendar? Oh my god, I could never. I put everything on the calendar. Ask Gwen. She's always like, what is your problem? She'll be like, the calendar is overwhelming. And I'm like, because everything's scheduled down to the 30-second mark? Or the 30-minute mark? Yes, true. It does feel overwhelming sometimes, though. We're getting some smoke off of this. We may get the alarm yet, y'all. Don't try to stop me now. Looks good, though. Yeah, I do love a gas range. Lemon, that is, yeah, completely. So you don't have to be responsible for reminding your partner for things. That is also sort of, we keep, Gwen and I keep a household calendar that is basically just everything. Like if something needs to happen, like it's on the calendar. And usually I'm the one that sort of maintains the calendar, but Gwen will add stuff to it, you know. She'll add stuff to it if there's a chance that she doesn't need to be responsible for it. Every once in a while, there'll be something that she's like, oh, I'm going to be home for that. I don't need to worry about it, blah, blah, blah. That like she won't put on the calendar. But like, you know, if someone's going to come to the house to like look at something or whatever, or do something, then if she's like, I'm definitely going to be home, then she might not put it on there. But otherwise, it's, you know, everything's on there. You send them the invite. Yes. Yes, exactly. I just put it on the calendar. There's no invite involved. It's just, you got to look at the calendar. She always gets mad at me because she'll be like, what is this thing? And I'm like, it's on the calendar. Details are in the calendar. Fellas, what'd you do this weekend? Did you camp? Were you outside? If you had the best weekend ever, I am imagining there is some level of outdoor activity involved. I feel like if I'm aware of the ways that you enjoy life, I'm imagining some level of outdoors. I will not be answering questions that are answered in the calendar. Yeah, and when I put something on the calendar, if I'm going out or like I'm doing something and I need the car, I will put like I need the car in the title, or like I'm taking a trip. I took a trip last weekend with some friends and like I didn't need the car, but it was a weekend where I usually would use the car for that trip because I have in the past, but like this time I was like, oh, I don't need that. Like, and I put that in the calendar invite. I'll put like all the details of an event, like the registration information. Like I just put everything in there. I'm very calendar oriented, generally speaking. Okay, this is definitely blackened and looks great. I'm just sort of giving it another little roll around here so that it gets, everything is warm again. And then we're gonna come back. Let's turn that off. We're gonna come back over here and we're gonna take our pepper and plop our pepper in a paper bag and seal it up. And we're gonna let that sit for the 10 minutes that it says while we do the rest of the ingredients. Super. Smells great. Excuse me. Beverage. There it is. Fellas, what was your weekend? Your weekend was morning, the mini pool. Cooled off enough to do the fire pit and hot dogs. And we got ice cream. Amazing. Went skinny dipping in the pool at night. Ooh, nice. Skinny dipping is always satisfying. If you can swing it. A neighbor down the street lit off a bunch of fireworks. That's cool. And in the tent, amazing. That sounds really lovely. That's a really full and rich day. Then there's like a 2-phase day. I like that you like got a little fireworks show. Oh my God, lemon. Yes. You need to put a location. Yeah, a location and a time. And if it's a thing that you need to get transported to, you need to put the transportation time on the calendar as well. Like, hey, this thing is a 30-minute drive away. We need to leave the house. Like, there's a whole separate appointment on the calendar for drive time. Yes, you need to leave now. And then there's one after the fact for like the drive home. So you don't schedule something like right at the end of it. Lived in clothing, welcome in. Keeping me sane while I do math this morning. I hope that your mathematics are easy and fulfilling. I like to do math too, but only in the form of like weights and measures for cooking. Phoenix says, I'm not usually calendar oriented because my life tends to happen on its own schedule, despite what the calendar might say. It will definitely do that. Having things that allow me to press a button to add them to my calendar is quite nice. So there's some guidelines and things that may be going on around me at the time. And I like to I put everything on the calendar that needs to get done. I keep a to-do list for myself of like other stuff that I want to do that's not timely. The calendar is really, for me, is only, it's only stuff that has a time affixed to it. But I even put stuff like admin time on the calendar where I try to have like some computer time to do things. Admin time for me means like the time that I'm able to sit down and use my laptop computer for like a couple hours, which is rare. I don't always get that. Peel, stem, and seed the pepper. Okay, if you're using whole spices in a small frying pan over medium heat, combine the cumin, coriander, and caraway and toast until lightly brown and aromatic, and a wisp of smoke rises from the pan about 1 minute. Cool, we're gonna do that. Let's do that let's just use this cast iron pan. We'll heat that up, and then we'll throw let's pop that on the stove. We'll preheat that. Let me measure out my seeds. We'll toast those. Transfer to a mortar and pestle, add the garlic and pound to a paste, add to the bowl of the food processor. Okay, let's get our seeds toasted, and then we'll like think about the rest of this. Teaspoon. No. Teaspoon. 1.5 teaspoons of cumin seeds. Now this doesn't have to be super exact. I'm going to use a teaspoon measure to do the half. 1 teaspoon of coriander seeds, which are these, which I think I have like 1 exact teaspoon left. No, I have more than a teaspoon. Okay. Get like a couple more. There we go. A teaspoon of caraway seeds. Now the caraway seeds are the ones that are new. Rotisserie, a bunch of whole fish the next day, and it was barramundi. Excellent. Again, it sounds like you had a great weekend. Oh my God. I love the smell of caraway. It makes me think of bagels. It definitely, there's like a bagel smell. I don't know if maybe that's just me making associations there, but definitely smells like bagels. Okay, garlic, cayenne. I have cayenne and paprika, salt, tomato paste, and garlic need to come out of the cabinet. How's this pan? We getting there? Yeah, it's pretty hot. Caraway reminds me of sauerkraut. Yeah, that might be. There's a smell in there. I said bagels, but yeah, there's definitely there's a. Caraway is funny because I think it's one of those spices that is used in other things. Like I feel like it's used in celery salt too. Garlic. Do I have garlic? I do. I have a log of garlic, which is weird. Great weekend. Fellas, I'm glad you had a good weekend. I am. It's always nice to have a good one. Start to finish. Caraway huffing. Yeah. Yeah, a little safer than a Sharpie. Yeah, we're getting to the garlic. We're getting there. We got to get the garlic out. We got to get the rest of the ingredients out. We're just working on the prep stuff. Slowly. Got the pepper done. Let's get these seeds toasted. Panic. I know. Don't worry. There's always garlic. grilling bok choy. Grilling bok choy is great. I love it grilled. Okay, this pan is literally smoking, so I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. And we'll toss those spices in there. I just turned the pan like way down. I'm waiting for it to stop smoking. All right, it stopped smoking. We're good. Let's come over to the stove. We'll do a few bits of toasted seeds in the cast iron pan. So there's no oil in here. There's like nothing in here. It's just a dry pan. The handle's a little hot, so let me grab a towel. And we're gonna toast for like a minute, it says. Until lightly browned and wisps of smoke appear. Well, I don't know if the smoke is from the pan or not, but these are not going to take a whole minute to smoke, I don't think. The caraway is already getting a little brown to it. The cumin is getting a little brown to it. Everything's starting. It does. It smells really good. All right, those look about finished. All right, so we're gonna turn that off. Come back over to the counter here, and we're gonna dump these back into the cup that they were just in. I'm gonna do these in the blender. So the harissa itself is gonna happen in the food processor, but I'm going to pulverize and powder these seeds. Not in a mortar and pestle, but in a blender. So as I stated earlier in stream, the mortar and pestle is annoying to use, and the blender is a little easier. So let's just make sure whole spices we've heated. Add the garlic, pound to a paste. Add the bowl of a food processor. If you're using ground spices, you can smash the garlic to a paste with the side of your knife and then add it to the ground spices in the food processor. Okay, so we'll do that. Add 1 tablespoon of the cayenne, the paprika, and the salt. Add the red pepper and the tomato paste. With the processor running, drizzle in the olive oil. Taste and season with additional cayenne. Great. Okay, so I have the cayenne, I have the paprika, I have the red pepper. We need to peel and de-seed this, but that'll only take a second. Let's smash the garlic first, then we'll pulverize the spices, then, we'll do the garlic, then the spices, then we will de-seed the pepper, then we'll put this all together. So the garlic, I'm just going to smash with the side of a knife and have that be, I'll have that blend up in the food processor mostly. I just don't want to use the mortar and pestle, because when I do, it is not as ground as I want it to be, like every time, always. So it's annoying. All right, but the garlic is looking good. So we're going to do that. We're going to do all that. Then we're going to take a quick break. So just a heads up, we're going to finish the harissa. And then we will take a pause. A secondhand coffee grinder. That is a good idea. I used to have that, and then it stopped working, and then I didn't have that anymore. I do love the idea of a dedicated spice grinder, though. I don't grind coffee or anything in the blender, but I do use it for other stuff. But that's where that Ninja like bullet blender is kind of nice, as opposed to like a big blender for stuff like spices. I find that it works really well for that. Obviously, sometimes I think of putting not coffee into my baratza. Wait, like what? What would you put in there? Could you brew tea? I'm assuming you could brew tea. All right, garlic looks good. Let's get out the blender and the food processor. Mushrooms to dust, hell yeah. I was just talking a second ago, I was just talking like an hour and a half ago about a mushroom tea that is the basis for a non-alcoholic cocktail that I was interested in making. And I believe that you use mushroom powder in that. Or maybe you use roasted or cooked mushrooms in some capacity. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you use mushroom powder on the top. All right, it's appliance time. Let's blender first. What is time? Time is a flat disc. Or something. Yes. Oh, and we were talking about our consciousness being devoured by fungi when we pass away. That is true. That also was a topic that I raised. I wish my NutriBullet didn't break. Yeah, I both love and hate this blender. It's not great as like a standardized like all-purpose blender. It is in fact pretty horrible for that. But it is good for some specific purposes, such as like spice grinding. We're looking at growing cordyceps. Get our minds taken over, totally. Yeah, totally. I'm just gonna like upload my consciousness to the mushroom mycelium network, man. It's gonna be really, really cool. All right. Loud noise. Maybe. Probably no noise. We'll see. Does the noise gate pick it up? Let's find out. Yeah, mortar and pestle. Who needs that? The really interesting thing about this, let's zoom in on this for just a second, is that it the powder is like up here, like all the air is just keeping it aloft, and it's like whatever gravity brings it down back into the thing. It's kind of funny. Look at this. Whoa, wrong direction. Like it's literally going to be here, like mid height. Wait, no, there we go. All right. It's good. I'm fully boked. I'm not. There was no boking happening today. Excuse me. There is baking happening today, but it's in the oven, unfortunately. Here we go. All right. Everything's ready except I need the tomato paste. Quarter cup of tomato paste. How much is a quarter cup? 2 tablespoons. Quarter cup is 4 tablespoons, so 66 grams of tomato paste. This one I'm going to measure with the weight because it literally gives it on the back of the thing, and I can. So that's what I want to do this time around. Okay. Add the garlic powder paste, add the bowl of food processor. Got it. Okay, so let's... Appliance number 2. Appliance number 2 is the food processor, and we're going to use this to finish off this harissa. Before we, okay, so, okay, we're gonna add these powdered spices to my food processor. No, we're not. Now we are. I was about to just dump them with the lid being off. No good. Okay. Just getting all the residuals off. Now we add the garlic to the bowl of the food processor. Add 1 tablespoon of the cayenne, the paprika, and the salt. Okay, a tablespoon of cayenne. That's a lot of cayenne. Yes, it is. In fact, because it's supposed to be spicy, so let's make it spicy. A tablespoon of the cayenne. A tablespoon of the paprika. And salt. 2 teaspoons of salt specifically. One, 2. Peeled red pepper and tomato paste. So let's do the tomato paste first. Like I said, we're going to weigh the tomato paste because it's easier than putting it in a measuring spoon. It's easier than putting it into a spoon and then scraping it out of the spoon. Listen, if I take one liberty today, it's going to be measuring tomato paste by weight. Okay. Okay, I hope that's okay. I hope it's okay, and if it's not, I also don't care. I think all cans should have a pull tab on them now. But that's just me. Baking with measuring cups and cooking skills. I am trying, Baker. Come delish, welcome in. Good afternoon, or day. Carry the one. What time zone are you in? Hold on. So 4 tablespoons is a 1/4 cup. 2 tablespoons is 33 grams. I mean 66 grams of tomato paste. But who says it like that, really? $62. 66. Nice. Central Standard Time. That would make it afternoon for you. Actually, 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Eastern is when it's afternoon for everyone in the US. Yes. Facts. Not everyone in the US. Sorry. It's can of the day. Sorry, everyone in the continental US. Alaskans, Hawaiians. I see you. I understand. I know. Okay, but what about me? What about it? Sorry. Almost there. Trying to reach noon. Yes. Well, oh yeah, sorry. You're minutes away. 1 minute away, at least according to the clock in my kitchen. Okay, let's peel and de-seed this pepper. This is a pepper, red pepper. that was in a paper bag for a little bit. So we're gonna scrape, here's what we do with this. We're gonna scrape the back of this with a knife and just get that char off of there. Now the char is fine if you wanted to like leave a little bit. You don't have to take all of it off. But you should try to get most of it. It's just burnt carbon. I'm sure that over a long enough time span, like many things, it's cancerous or something like that. So, you know, don't take my advice. The recipe says to take the char off, so we're doing that. Again, maybe not going to take all of it off, but we're going to make the best effort. I'm not a doctor. I know, it's very surprising that I'm not a medical doctor, but you'll be happy to know I'm also not a nutritionist, so don't take that advice either. Burnt fruit is cancerous. No, I don't know. I'm just making that up. Call that carcinogen. That's a free dad joke. You can have that one. All right. Take the stem and seeds out of here. And then we'll be good to pop this in the processor. Come on out. Come on. There we go. Not and get it. Did you like that one? That was a good one, right? Thanks. I'll be here all afternoon. So let's take the seeds out of here. I'm going to pop that. Pop these right in. Yes! There's probably a groan sound somewhere in there. Also, equally applicable. So I'm not taking any of the other stuff out of here. This is also applicable. We're just taking the seeds out, and not even all of them. If there's like that one had a seed that was sticky, and I'm just gonna leave it in there. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, this looks good. This cutting board looks awful, but these are ready to go here. Cutting board is cleaned off. All of my solid ingredients are in my food processor. We need to add the oil next and process, possibly more cayenne. Jude Mesa, thank you. I appreciate you're doing great, Redeem. We love it. I always try. Add the peeled red pepper, add the tomato paste and process until smooth with the processor running. Drizzle in the olive oil. Okay, we have a minute or two to get this done, so let's do it. Then we're going to take a quick break. So just a heads up, as we are at the top of the hour, we are going to take a quick break here. So I am measuring out a half a cup of olive oil. We are going to begin processing this. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. So. It is a big thing of olive oil. It's the largest one I can buy, in fact. It also happens to be the least expensive by volume. So it's one of those things where, like, I know it's more expensive when I buy it, but, like, over the long term, it's better than buying little tiny bottles. Cauliflower soup in the blender goes everywhere. It probably would. That sounds about right. Whoop, let's drizzle in some of this olive oil. Yes, it did. It appears to not be on. It might be between songs. No, it just stopped. It just stopped. Who knows? And buy the big bottles from Costco. I didn't price this one at Costco yet. I've been shopping at Costco more. I didn't price this one yet. All right, this looks good. We're going to have a quick ad. We're going to play a game of words on stream. Here we go. Here comes one. Here comes an ad. We'll be right back. Noun.
Hi.
Nah.
Welcome to another
Noun?
edition of commercials.
Yeah, noun's the only one I got.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of commercials I hate.
Why is it doing it twice? It doesn't matter. Okay, this Harissa looks good. Let's do some sync triage while this is running. We're gonna come back and taste this. Actually, I need to like taste this. I was like, oh, this is done. No, I didn't actually taste it. So let's like we'll just leave it for a second and I'm gonna come back and finish it. I didn't realize how quick that ad was coming on, and I couldn't snooze it anymore. I'd already snoozed it too many times. I always snooze them and then I can't. Like, after I snooze them and then I can't anymore, that's when I get annoyed that there's ads. Then it feels forced. Anyway, let's get the... Oh, hold on. I meant to text Gwen something earlier today. Let me do that right now while we're sitting here. Okay. It was not important, but it was also a thing that I wanted to say. Okay. Comes from 3 to... Oh, wait. What I want to text her is actually literally irrelevant. Fully irrelevant. She's already there. Okay, never mind. Okay. Never mind. That's what happens when you forget to text somebody a thing that you've meant to text them all day, and it was supposed to be something you was going to text them by 3 p.m., but then you didn't. Oh well. As we have been discussing, it was on the calendar, and she seems to have figured it out. See, that was me. I was gonna like manage the thing that's already on the calendar and be like, oh, you gotta do this thing at this time, blah blah blah. Didn't need to do that. I wasn't trying to manage it. I was trying to set expectations anyway. Doesn't matter though. All right. Things look good over here. I think it has some stuff in it, but that's okay. We'll get to that later. We're gonna have some more stuff in it later. Alrighty. And I didn't load the dishwasher, but that's fine. I put clean dishes away. Anyway, hey, welcome back. If you're on Twitch, I appreciate your patience. I know that nobody really likes the ads, and I don't like them, but like, we deal with them. While the ads were running, put away my clean dishes that I did just before stream. While we are waiting for this last round of words on stream to finish up, I'm going to repackage this tomato paste that I just used so I can put it in the fridge and it's not in a can. And then we'll be back. If you have guesses for words on stream, there is one 4-letter word and one 5-letter word still to go. We're very close to finishing this board. It might happen and it might not. If it doesn't, that's always okay too. There's no judgment. Nobody thinks less of anyone. Alrighty, here we are. Let's, hold on, how do I do this? It's on the other screen. Oh no, don't restart. Ah, there we go, got it. Okay, we figured it out. We figured it out. Good, good. Sky Blue, welcome in. Hello. Pork, welcome in. Nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. Happy, hope you're having a good afternoon. For folks who have come in since what I said that we were doing today and are like, what are you doing? Looks busy over there. What are you actually doing? Let me tell you what we're doing. We're making some recipes from a cookbook that I have used a bunch and love. It's called Repertoire. I am working on a recipe. I'm not working on a recipe. I'm making a recipe for harissa and honey chicken thighs, corn fritters, chocolate chip cookies, and we might make a citrus salad, time depending. Right now it's 3 p.m. my time. I'd like to finish by 7 p.m. So, you know, that's one dish an hour for the next couple hours. So we'll see. TBD. Anyway, I'm doing this for a project, for a freelance project. The project was like highlighting certain contributing authors' favorite cookbooks. I pitched this one. They said, great. I am making some recipes from it. We're going to take some pictures of those recipes in indirect natural light without much styling over by the sink. And we're also going to eat them. This is also dinner tonight. So, Serena, welcome in. Fritters indeed. Fritters indeed. Let's test this harissa. I'm expecting smoky. I'm expecting spicy. I'm expecting a lot of paprika. I'm expecting spices. I'm expecting a lot of like layers to this. So I might need to add a little bit more salt. It might need a little more something in either direction. So let's just see kind of what we've got here. Let me get a part that's like mixed and not the stuff that I just scraped off the side. There we go. Definitely good. Does not need excuse me, is spicy. Can confirm. We're gonna stick with that amount of cayenne. That was good. Do I need anything else in here? I don't think so. It feels like this is missing citrus. Where is the honey in this? Oh. This is harissa and honey chicken. The honey doesn't come in until the literal end while you're grilling. It says you preheat the grill the chicken till cook through about 15 minutes, transfer it to a platter and drizzle with honey. Return the chicken pieces to the grill and grill turning once until the honey caramelizes about 2 minutes. So we don't need the honey until the very end here. That's great. Yeah, that was a little spicy. I also I did the thing where, you know how when you're tasting a liquid and you like swish it around in your mouth, you sort of like make sure it gets the bottom. When you're tasting something, I did that, like I swished it all around in my mouth and just like coated everything instantly, which is always fun. Let's give this one more little buzz in the food processor to get the stuff I just scraped off the side, and then this is good. And I'll put this in a container and we will, actually, let me scrape the bottom too, because I feel like the little bits underneath, the blade goes like almost to the bottom, but not like entirely to the bottom. So I'm gonna scrape the bottom here as well. Okay. that looks good. So let's get that mixed in, and then we'll put this in a container. This is great though. Every time I've made this before, I've used the mortar and pestle to grind my spices up. And this time I did not. I used a blender to just, you know, pulverize them and blend them. And that was both easier and gave me a more consistent size. And my experience having made this before is that there's usually like a piece or two of seed that I missed that I can't, like didn't grind or whatever, or didn't pulverize. And this time it doesn't seem like that's the case because everything was in the blender and it all looked great coming out. So, you know, it seems to be okay. Okay, oh, hold on. We're gonna blend this one more time because I just saw a bunch, like the under the blade there was like a little bit of just like complete tomato paste and nothing else right in the bottom of that. So we're gonna go ahead and give this one more spin to make sure everything is incorporated and I don't have any weird little bits of stuff, bits of singular ingredients floating around. Oh, hold on, I unplugged it. Thought I was done. Turns out I was wrong. Better. All right, this is definitely finished. So Harissa's good. We're going to turn now to more sweet applications and make the chocolate chip cookies. I love this cookbook. So let me preface what I'm about to say by saying I love this cookbook, and there's a reason that I was like excited to actually write about it a little bit. The other thing, though, is that while the cookbook is great for a lot of things, a lot of dinners and all sorts of stuff, many things I've made out of here have come out like perfectly. The cookies have been my nemesis for several tries. So we're gonna try it today. We're gonna try to make these basic chocolate chip cookies that have just bedeviled me for several attempts. I did make them one time and they were amazing, and it was like the second or third time I made them, and I really wish I knew what I did differently or correctly in that experience. But we're gonna try it today by actually just following the recipe, like as it's written, no weights, no nothing. We're gonna measure things with scoops and the way that you would measure it if you were just cooking without a scale and like the way that you do it if you're cooking without all the weird vibes that I bring to the baking process. All right. Let's also just get the rest of. So this harissa is like a sauce, right? So I don't want to leave. I want to leave like nothing in the food processor. I want to get all of that goodness out of here. And I need an actual spatula to do that. Or as much of it as possible out of here. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean that's quite a bit left in there. That's like a whole chicken piece worth of seasoning left in there, so glad I got the other spatula. Beautiful. All right, this harissa was good. I just, made it from the recipe. No changes, no differences. Joe, welcome in. I know, following the recipe is not what I always do around here, but I do try sometimes. I do try. I think my chicken might still be frozen. I put it in the refrigerator earlier from the freezer, but it might actually just be frozen in here still. So yeah, it is. Okay, that's fine. It's not that frozen, but I'm gonna get this chicken out and just leave it on the counter here for a little bit while I'm making these cookies. Because the next thing to go in the oven after that is chicken, and all I need to do with the chicken is put the harissa on it and put it in the oven. So I want it to be thawed for that process. Excuse me. Oh my. What is this lid from? Not from anything. Goes for the harissa. Great. Okay. Harissa prep is done. I know, I borped. This is our list today. Corn dough. We prep the corn ingredients. Harissa prep. Cookies are next. So let's do that. We're going to switch gears entirely. We've moved from spicy to sweet. Oh my, there's some thunder outside, which is good. Maybe it'll wring some of that horrid humidity out of the air. Okay, let's actually just read the description here. Read the little thing that she says. I spent a long time deciding whether or not to include my recipe for these cookies in this book. On one hand, they are a cornerstone of my repertoire. We always have a bag of dough balls in the freezer ready to bake, and I am always in the mood for chocolate chip cookie. On the other hand, the world is saturated with chocolate chip cookie recipes. Do you really need another one? Don't answer that. But let me tell you, I buy chocolate chip cookies almost every time I see them at bakeries and coffee shops around the country, and the vast majority of them are not even close to as good as the ones I make at home. Not even close! Exclamation point. So maybe there is something about this recipe after all. Credit really goes to my wife, who tweaked this formula over the years until it was perfect, yielding cookies with crispy edges and soft, chewy middles, shot through with plenty of good chocolate. Let's read the recipe. In a large bowl, whisk together the flour, salt, baking soda, and baking powder. In the bowl of an electric mixer fitted with the paddle attachment, combine the butter, brown sugar, and granulated sugar, and beat on high speed until light and fluffy. About 3 minutes. Stop the mixer and scrape down the sides of the bowl with a rubber spatula. With the mixer on medium speed, add the eggs one at a time, followed by the vanilla. Reduce the mixer speed to low and gradually add the dry ingredients, mixing until combined. Remove the bowl from the mixer and fold in the chocolate chips. Preheat the oven to 375. Line 2 rimmed baking sheets with silicone baking mats or parchment paper. I'm going to use the silicone baking mats because it literally says that you can use them. Using an ice cream scoop or a tablespoon, scoop the dough and roll into balls slightly larger than a golf ball, 2 ounces. Transfer the balls to the prepared baking sheets, spacing them about 2 inches apart. Transfer the pans to the oven and bake until the cookies are golden brown on the edges, but still soft at the center, around 10 to 12 minutes. Okay. It has juice. Mix, welcome in. Mix, you missed it, but we had corn cobs on stream earlier. We'll be back to the corn fritters in just a little bit. But we did have corn on stream. Literal corn. And a lot of corny shit as well. Let's get started. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to get out the mixer. 2, I need to clean the one spatula that I have. That is my, good is relative. Everything's the good one when it's the only one. I'm gonna clean my rubber spatula here. Let's clean the other one just for funsies. Because I need to use that. And I just used it for the harissa. Let's also... What is this cup measure? What cup is this? Half a cup. I bet I'm going to use a half a cup at some point here. Okay, let's get out my mixing bowl. The bowl of a stand mixer, it says. Okay, this stand mixer. fitted with the paddle attachment. There's the paddle attachment. Okay. It's corn season, not yet, but soon. Yes, it is coming. Corn season is coming. I haven't seen it at our farmers market yet, but I missed the market this past weekend. I was camping. So no market for me this past weekend. They might have had corn. I don't know. All right, mixer's good. What was this from? Oh, that was from the pepper. We'll use that later. All right, flour, salt, baking soda, and baking powder mixed together in a bowl. Flour. I need cups of flour, multiple cups of flour, 4 1/4 cups of all-purpose flour. Okay, I do have a cup measure. Great. So we're gonna do 4 like literal cups measured cups. 1, 2, 3, 4 1/4. 1 corner. 1/4. Corner, quarter. 25% of a cup. 4 1/4 cups flour. Okay, we did it. 1. I don't know if I need these cup measures for anything else. Let's not put those in the water. 1 1/4 teaspoon kosher salt, 1 1/4 teaspoon baking soda, 1 1/4 teaspoon baking powder. So 1 1/4 teaspoon of several things. Really? Gonna eat a lot of peaches. Moving to the country. I'm gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Ratatouille number 1. Peaches is a good sound. We did peaches on the last stream. 1 1/4 teaspoons of baking soda. So this is 1 teaspoon. This is 1/4 teaspoon. Baking soda. 1 1/4 teaspoons of baking powder. 1 1/4 baking powder. Confirmed. And 1 1/4 teaspoons of kosher salt. 1 1/4.
You put the peeps in the chili pot and eat them both up. You put the peeps in the chili pot and have the M&Ms. Put the peeps.
I think that's it for the baking soda and the baking powder, because this is the only baking we're doing today. So let's put those away for later. Later meaning the next time I need them. All right. Whisk together my dry ingredients. It doesn't say anything about sifting them, so we're not. I'm following the directions. I love eating baking soda. Well, baking soda is in and of itself probably an odd thing to maintain as part of a balanced diet, but you do you. Let's preheat the oven. So it says preheat to 375. For those of y'all who have not hung out here before, my oven is like wonky and weird with its temperature. So I generally put the oven a little bit higher than what it says. Right now I have the oven at 395. because my temperature is roughly 20 degrees off, at least as far as I can tell. So let's get the rest of these ingredients together. We have our butter. Do I listen to the Kendra Deb Perlman podcast, Serena? No, I do not. What is your association with said podcast? 2.5 sticks of unsalted butter. So we have, 1.25 cups. So a half a cup is 1. That's 1 cup. 2.5. Okay, so I need to cut this stick of butter in half. 2.5 sticks of butter. It's a lot of butter. There's a lot of like flour in this too. I feel like these are large cookies. They're 2-ounce cookies, which is relatively large in terms of like cookies that we've made on stream. Okay, so we've got the dries together. In the bowl of an electric mixer, fitted with a paddle attachment, combine the butter, brown sugar, and granulated sugar, butter, granulated, what a word, butter, a lot of butter in these two, and then we've got a third, so 2 whole sticks of butter and then a half stick of butter. Deb often says she won't yuck their yum. Totally. I think eating baking soda is plain impossible not to yuck. I feel like, I don't know what baking soda tastes like independent of other ingredients. I don't think I've ever actually eaten just direct baking soda. I'm not going to do that today either. I feel like that could be part of like some sort of fad diet. Just a little teaspoon of baking soda in your morning coffee gives you, I don't know, great energy for the day ahead or something. Non-C's, welcome in. Usually lots of butter means the cookie will be spreading a bunch. Totally. And I am using silicone mats today, so my experience with these cookies is that sometimes they spread, sometimes they don't. Like, I've had mixed outcomes here. So I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to follow the exact recipe. Good for heartburn. Yeah, maybe. It is a base. 1.25 cups of dark brown sugar. See, I knew I needed the cup measures again. Okay, 1 cup, and this is a 1/4 cup. It is 1 1/4 cup brown sugar. 1 cup plus 2 tablespoons of granulated sugar. Interesting. You chill the batter, it'll spread less. Mundane, I today am following this recipe exactly as it is written.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Perfect timing. I am following it exactly because I feel like this recipe has messed up for me many times, and I just want to, when something like just continuously doesn't hit and doesn't work over and over, I think that the best thing to do is go back to the original way of doing it and start over. 2 tablespoons. So 1 cup, 2 tablespoons. That's what I did with the garlic cookie recipe, which I think is pretty well finished at this point. When I revisited it, I went back to the original recipe that I made a year ago. and then like iterated on it again. I'd done some testing, but it had been too long. Okay. Combine the butter, brown sugar, and granulated sugar and beat on high speed until light and fluffy, about 3 minutes. Let's get a timer and actually time this. Okay, so we're gonna just give it a little bit of a start here. My butter is at room temperature for sure. It's not overly melted. And the room that I'm in is not particularly hot at the moment. It's getting warm because of the oven, but okay. Medium speed, 3 minutes. There we go. That's about good. Timer start. There we go. Now I need 2 large eggs or 1.5 teaspoons of vanilla extract. So let's crack those eggs while this is going. The weather's unstable, so you chill them first. And that is a good, like, you're starting from the same baseline then. That does make sense. And chilling makes sense just in general. The recipe that I was just talking about, the garlic cookie recipe, has some chilling in it, but I'm sort of, it's like not too much. Like you want it to chill just to the point where it's good and is not gonna like spread completely, but not so much that it's cold, like super cold and frigid. Okay, I had a shell in my eggs. Some things don't batch well, totally. And I think that sort of thing mixed, like you just, all right, if I want to do this thing, I really got to do it like as a one-off or do a different method. Yeah. I have in this cookbook, my notes here are for a half batch of these as well. So I know I've tried to make these as a half batch before. I don't think that worked out either. 1.5 teaspoons of vanilla extract. Let's get that measured out. And I am going to actually measure 1.5. All right. This is looking good. I'm going to bump the speed on this just a little bit. All right, I don't need this vanilla. I don't need this vanilla. I don't need this butter anymore. And I don't need the paprika. And that's it. Everything else is still required for something or other this evening, afternoon, whatever it is for you. It's squarely afternoon for me. It is 15:39. That is 3:39 p.m. for those of y'all who like 12-hour time. I do not. Timer's going off. Stop this. I'm going to scrape this down. Oh, hold on. I cleaned my spatula just for this purpose. It even says using a rubber spatula. So we're going to use a literal rubber spatula, just like it says. You know what's interesting? This is regarding ads, and we're not running an ad right now, and we're not like, we just kind of ran one a little while ago, but my ads in the last, the Twitch automatically ran ads, but I also hit the button on my Stream Deck to run ads, and it's telling me that it had give me 2 hours of non-ad time. That's different. We'll see. I bet something in Twitch's system is going to go haywire, and it's going to be like, wait, no, we must make money. And it's going to freak out and run the ads anyway. We'll see. We must make every ducat we can. The person used a wood spatula to make that roll. It says, stop the mixer and scrape down the sides of the bowl with a rubber spatula. It's like very specific. Okay, the dough here looks light and fluffy. So we're going to, with the mixer on medium speed, add the eggs one at a time. Oops. I put them in the same bowl. Oh well. Bezos has to pay for trying to rent the entirety of Venice for his wedding. I know, right? What a piece of shit. Anyway, let's add the eggs on medium. One at a time. Okay, well, I got one yolk in there. That was good. And vanilla. I mean, I'm just upset that I wasn't invited. Right? Like, I've been ordering shit from you for a decade. What's wrong? Where did my invite go? Jerk. Amber, welcome. A small personal get-together. Yeah. Me too. Me too. It is definitely like my cup overfloweth with joy in seeing Italians just like, because their work culture and work ethic. Work ethic is really a loaded term because it's not the same value is not placed on people's labor in different parts of the world. Anyway, I do love Italians and their sort of dedication to an accessible workday. I love when they were trying to do all of the like, send us 5 things that you did this week, right? To justify your employment. All the like the Italian employees were just like, no. Their union was like, no, we're not going to do that because that doesn't fit with the way that we work, which I was like all in for. Gwen is Italian, right? Nope. Incorrect. All right. Inaccurate, I should say. Okay, so we have the eggs, we added the vanilla. Reduce the mixer speed to low and gradually add the dry ingredients, mixing until combined. Remove the bowl from the mixer and fold in the chocolate chips. Oh, I need to measure the chocolate chips. That's another thing that we will do by weight because it says 1 pound and I have 2 different bags. So we need to actually like measure out a pound of chocolate chips. We're going to start with the 60% cacao bittersweet chocolate chips. A pound of chocolate chips. Okay, that was 7 ounces. I know, Mike, it's a lot of chocolate chips for one recipe, but it literally says 1 pound. So we're going with it. And I actually have 2 different types of chocolate here, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a thing. But like, goddamn, there's a lot of chocolate chips. That is true. There we are. Chocolate chips. I dropped 1 on the ground. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. We can't leave chocolate on the ground because it's not good for dogs. And I have a dog who likes to get into everything that she can find in the kitchen, on the floor, especially around where I cook. And as she ages, she's getting a lot more direct about just going in for the food. So we had someone come to the house this morning, to do for a contractor come to the house for something, and I put the cats upstairs. I put Daisy in a separate room. Like I put them behind doors, right? As soon as I opened the door to let Daisy out, she literally ran out of the room to go to the basement to try to eat the cat food off the ground. I ran down after her, and it was like, who can get to the cat food first? She was trying. She was really trying, but she's almost 13 and doesn't do steps as well. And so I beat her to it, and she looked so sad. And then she came upstairs and ate the food out of her dish. And as I came back, like, she went upstairs first, and so I like came back up, and she gave me the shittiest look. She was so mad at me. She was literally like, sometimes you just know when your animals are like annoyed, and she was absolutely annoyed. Okay, reduce the mix speed to low and gradually add the dry ingredients, mixing until combined. Okay, so let's do this like a little bit at a time. Okay, I think that is, yeah, I can just do this a little bit at a time as the mixer's on low, as it's suggested. So let's do that. I'm quite literally just gonna like one little bit here. I love dark chocolate chips too. To be fair, I am like chip agnostic. I love all chocolate chips. 100% cacao, 100% cocoa chocolate chips. Let me add them. Okay, so we're making cookies. We're adding a little bit at a time. I'm literally following this recipe as closely as I can. That's the goal. I am going to measure 2-ounce balls here though, because I don't love the idea of using a scoop. And it does give a weight. So I do think that that's okay. I think that that's allowable. I'm going to allow that for myself, to make it a little easier. Okay, this looks good. I'm going to take the bowl off. I'm going to scrape up underneath of here just to make sure there's no sort of lingering dry ingredients all the way on the bottom. Occasionally there is. And then we'll stir in the chocolate chips and measure out our cookie balls. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is a hearty dough. Can't have the butterscotch chips. It is the butterscotch chips. I have butterscotch chips in the house still. I just thought about that. From where? Why do I have them? I don't remember. Oh, it's for one of the Cookie Club cookies. Have to purchase them day of. Yeah. That's why I'm always a little afraid that I am out of chocolate chips. It's the one sort of baking ingredient where I'm like, oh, I might not have that, because as part of my like nighttime snacking, sometimes I will incorporate chocolate chips, and occasionally I'll eat all of them. So that's how it is. Okay, this looks good. I'm gonna do just a couple more buzzes around in here. Fold in the chocolate chips. Oh, that was some thunder. Oh, my lights in my house just flickered. Hey, if stream dies, it's not my fault this time. It's because lightning took our internet out or something. So anyway, little note, we've been having some crazy thunder this afternoon, and all of the lights in my house just flickered. So, I mean, not all of them. All the ones that are I can see. Anyway, we still live? We are. Look at that. I was like, am I actually saying anything on the internet, or am I just like, did stream just get borked? Boked. We've boked it. We've boked it. This looks good. All right, I am gonna do what it says. Much to my, against my own personal judgment, I would just like mix these in with the mixer. I don't see why you wouldn't just like throw the chocolate chips in there and mix it for another second or two. But we'll get there. Sitting on with the Boke Discord tag. I wanted to say something just there about like that Kanye song about Boke. I don't know. Let's not. Okay. However, let's fold these chips in. If you know the song, maybe if you know, I don't know, it was popular. All right, we're gonna fold these chips in and not discuss Kanye West on the stream anymore. Yes, this would be much easier using a mixer. I feel like I'm about to break this spatula. I could be about to break this spatula. It's likely. It feels likely. This bowl is very small for this purpose. God damn, there's a lot of chocolate chips. I should just use my hands to do this. This would have been better if I just like got some gloves and got my hands in there and went in. All right, so we're gonna bake these cookies. While the cookies are baking, we're going to, what are we gonna do? We're gonna make, prep the chicken, and we'll prep the chicken and get started on fritter stuff. We'll roll all of these cookies first. So as I said, we're gonna break the spatula. Yeah, it just literally broke. So spatula gone. Spatula is broken. I guess I just throw that in the trash. I was gonna throw that in the sink, but like, why? Cool. That's perfect. That was ideal. We're instead gonna finish this job with a wooden spoon. No, a smaller wooden spoon. There we go. Okay. Yes, there we go. The power of the wooden spoon prevails. Okay, we folded all of this in. This looks pretty good. I'm good on that. Let's make cookie balls. Hold on. Yup. That tastes like a chocolate chip cookie. It really does too. That's a good thing. We like that. We're making chocolate chip cookies, so success so far. Let's put this mixer away. It is no longer necessary for stream today. Is it necessary for stream today? There was another thing that you could have used the mixer. The corn. Oh, I could do... We'll do the egg whites in a bowl. It's fine. I don't want to like get the mixer. Whoa, lock in, Lou. Come on. I don't want to get the mixer out just to do that. I can mix some egg whites by hand. I think that's fine. Oh, I should also put the bowl that I'm going to mix the egg whites in the freezer to get cold. Later, when I go to mix those egg whites, I'm going to forget that's in there and I'm going to get out a different bowl. And then later, you'll see me open the freezer and be like, why is there a bowl in here? And then I'll remember and I'll be like, damn it. Anyway, all that is to say, if when I make the corn fritter egg white whip, you are still around and you want to remind me that there's a bowl in the freezer, I wouldn't hate that. Remember, oatmeal raisin are your favorite cookies. What are y'all's favorite cookies? My personal favorite is a chocolate chip cookie. just straight up. That's why I'm sort of obsessed with getting this recipe right, because the one time I made it, it was like the best cookie I'd ever had. Chocolate chip. So that was good. Okay, remove the waffle mixer, fold in the chocolate chips, preheat the oven. Done. Line 2 rim baking sheets with silicone baking mats or parchment paper. We're going to use our cookie baking pans. We're going to use silicone mats. Because it says you can. So we will. Put the cayenne away. It's keeping the counter as clear as possible also today. There's like a lot of stuff going on. High Vibe Mike says, favorite cookie, brown butter espresso chocolate chip. That's a lot going on. And I love a coffee and chocolate combo. Dude Mesa says, white chocolate macadamia nut. I've never had one. I've never had a macadamia nut. I'm allergic to them, so there's a reason for that. I love the concept of the macadamia nut. I always think the macadamia cookies are white chocolate, and it's disappointing like every single time I go to eat one. Because I'm like, oh man, it's white chocolate. And I'm like, no, it's not. All right, 2-ounce cookies. So it doesn't say anything about using an ice cream scoop or a tablespoon, scoop the dough and roll into balls. So you scoop it and you roll it. So they do want you to roll balls out of it. Timmy's in Subway. So I infer, Mix, that you were talking about Tim Hortons. The white chocolate macadamia cookies, and they're honestly amazing. Macadamia cookies always look really good. Like, genuinely, they do. Like, I'm upset that I can't eat them. Okay, that is a 2-ounce ball. I am not a golfer, so I don't know if this is slightly larger than a golf ball, but it feels like it. Snowball anisette cookies. Those are the ones with coconut around the outside? Would the coconut be the snowball aspect of it? I like all cookies, to be fair. But I definitely, I'm basic in that sense. Winkies. I'm not familiar with that terminology. 2 ounces. There we go. Powdered sugar. Okay. When I think of snowballs, I think of the like prepackaged like Entenmann's thing with the pink coconut icing on it. That's my frame of reference when I hear the word snowball. You may think of the cat from The Simpsons, and you would also be correct. That is the extent of my Simpsons knowledge. Anyone out there who's like, oh my God, maybe somebody within the sound of my voice just heard me say that and is like, oh my God, he's a big Simpsons nerd just like me. Oh my God, I'm not. I'm sorry. It has to do with TV, so I have limited knowledge. All right, 2-ounce cookies each. We're putting these, I'm spacing these on the tray. We're just gonna do one tray in the oven at a time. There's a Simpsons movie. There was a Simpsons movie. That's news to me. I did not know that. Was the Simpsons movie any good? Winkies, Mick says, are drained maraschino cherries, lightly dried on the lowest and dehydrate setting in an oven for like 3 hours, wrapped in sugar cookie dough and rolled in coconut and then baked. That definitely sounds good. Dehydrated maraschino cherries, I bet are really good. I bet they're really chewy. 2 inches apart. Fuck it, we're getting a ruler. 1, 2, yeah, 2 inches. Yeah, that's about 2 inches. Okay, got it. Just being weird. I didn't measure any, I didn't weigh any of the other stuff. So now I'm like, what can I measure? What can I measure? The space between the cookies? Okay. Okay. I need something to measure. Well, that is kind of amazing. Twitch is now telling me I have another hour before the next ad automatically runs, and it's been an hour since the last one. Nobody tell. Nobody tell. Chewy dried fruit texture is definitely a texture I like. Baker, me too. They spoil quickly from the latent moisture in the cherries. Well, they wouldn't last very long. Oh, you freeze them. Okay. I also love a good freezer cookie. Can you dehydrate them in like a home oven, or do you need a dehydrator? How do you dehydrate in an oven this size? I've never tried it. So I'm sure that you can. Hey, my family just got home. FYI, that means that there might be some noise happening, some shit talking, some trolling. Just a heads up for like the next 10-15 minutes. A panettone. Any kind of dessert. I'm good. I'm good. I'll eat it. I'll try it. Oven with a fan. Okay. 150 to 180. Well, my oven goes down to 170, so I could definitely do that. Oven goes to 170. I don't have a fan in the oven. Confirm? No, no fan. Maybe it just might take longer. Chopstick. Okay, just airflow. So that I didn't have to monitor them on the fish tank and in the room and everywhere else.
Do you want a pretzel?
No, I do not. Thank you, though. Did you guys get ice cream? Okay, I figured. I meant to text you and tell you some updates around can't pick up, but by the time I went to do that, it was 3:10. Well, I was gonna say like he likes being picked up on the later side of things, so like don't rush, and
Bro, it's day 2. Like, what?
yeah, so like don't rush to get over there. And by the way, expect to get asked for ice cream. So okay, cookies look good. Cyborg. I do not have a convex setting. No, there's no fan in there. These are the cookies ready to go in. Cool. Okay, good. Okay, excellent. Let's put these in the oven. 10 to 12 minutes. 10 to 12 minutes. We're gonna set a timer for 10 minutes. All right, Callie, how's the rest of your afternoon looking?
I'm going to go use the bathroom.
Okay.
That's not the rest of the afternoon.
I mean, it's only 4 p.m. You might want to figure out some other plans too. Okay. A little reading, a little bit of...
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm doing the reading while I'm
Okay.
using the bathroom.
Okay. Go on with you.
No, I'm not going to be pooping the entire...
Okay, why don't you just tell the rolls?
Maybe like
Midi-moon,
4
welcome in.
bits of the time, but like...
Okay. I don't need to know. I genuinely don't need to know all the details of how long you plan on spending in the bathroom. Shake them every 40 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I don't like, there's no fan in here. There's no convex setting. There's no, there's nothing like that. There's a cleaning setting. Okay. Cookies are good. Let's put these in the oven and hope for the best. All right. It says also, hold on, pause. 10 minutes. Start. Set 12 minutes. Also, I want to set a timer for 12. A minute before the cookies are done, I do something weird. I lift each pan about an inch off the oven rack and drop it down with a thud. The cookies deflate. Okay, so after not, let's say, let's say 8 minutes from now, we're gonna drop those cookies and deflate them. Forgot to take my rack protectors off and ran the cleaning setting and cremated the rack guards mixed. Yeah, and that's something where you're like, did you know it a little ways through? Was there like smoke coming out of the oven and you're like, that shouldn't smell like that. That's kind of funny. Not that funny, but I could definitely see like leaving a pan in there over the cleaning cycle. I've often thought about putting my cast iron pans in there for like re-seasoning purposes, like to strip them down. I definitely thought about doing that, because they could take it, and it seems like a good idea. Maybe. My only concern in my house here is that there's no ventilation. So in that scenario, I need to like create ventilation, because otherwise there's just smoke. So the last time I seasoned my cast iron pans, I had a whole system of towels set up from where the oven vents out. So the oven vents out on this like top, right? In the like right kind of from underneath, right underneath where like the clock and all the digital stuff is. And yeah, like the last time I did my cast iron and I was seasoning them, I like just kind of looked over after a few minutes and there's smoke just like pouring out of there. And I'm like, oh, right. And I literally set up like, I clipped a bunch of towels up so that it sort of blocked this off. Cause there's a window right there. Like my sink is just, this is a corner and there's a sink right there and there's a window at the sink. And so if I can get the smoke from like there to the window, I can get it out. It was an ordeal. The smoke alarm definitely went off for that. Yeah, take your cast iron stuff camping and season over the fire. No, totally agreed. And I do that with all of my camping stuff. All of my camping cast iron is like really well done, like really nicely seasoned, like because every time I take it, right on the fire, just cleans everything up. And my microwave does have a working hood, but I mean, seasoning cast iron or cleaning your oven, but like seasoning cast iron can be a lot of smoke. Like way more than the hood is really like capable of handling. If it was a commercial one, it would probably be fine, but like it's a lot. It's too much for just the hood vent. Piece of plywood. Oh yeah, the plywood would be a good idea. I was in an emergency triage situation. I needed to like figure something out quick. I would do a little bit differently next time. And there will definitely be a next time. Because I've been considering the restripping process. I keep wanting to send my pans. My friend Drew, not Command Drew, other Drew. My friend, one of my friends named Drew, does cast iron service. Like you can mail him your pans and he'll like clean them up and make them all nice. Restoration refurbishment service. And I keep meaning to send a pan or two to him, but like I just like keep not doing it. I really should just do that when I go to the post office for Cookie Club, but like I haven't. So this says it makes 24 cookies. It's going to make a little bit more than that if they're all 2 ounces. So I don't know that the 2 ounce, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I should have just used a scoop and made these like big cookies. What I could have done was weighed the dough and figured out what weight 24 cookies is. Yeah, mix the cast iron antiquing. That's what one of my friends does. He goes to like finds cast iron out in the wild and is like buys it, restores it, and then sells it online. I think his site's on Etsy. There's a link to it in the profile. If you like go down below here somewhere, there's a Friends of Stream section in the About section, and his cast iron stuff is all in there. It's New England Cast Iron is the name of his situation. All right, so oven has says about 2 minutes left. Softy, welcome in. These cookies do not look like they have fallen much at all. So we'll figure that out. We'll take a look at them when they're done. Let's just like look at them when they're finished and not while they're still in progress, because then I'll get annoyed. Okay, so we're gonna put the rest. We're gonna make more of these cookie balls because I'm in the middle of measuring them. I'm just gonna keep going here. These look pretty big. They are 2 ounces. They're slightly larger than a golf ball. They are the size that they're supposed to be. But there's like a lot more dough in here, so I don't know. That's weird. I am definitely making them ounces and not 200 grams. I had that thought for a second. I was like, shit, it's 2 ounces is like 2.00. I was like, am I making these 200 grams? If I was making 200 grams though, they'd be much larger. 200 grams is way more than 2 ounces. I don't know what 200 grams is in ounces, but it's more. Personal size cookies. Yeah, 200 gram cookie would be like, that'd be great. The ones that are from, there's a bunch of places that do like big cookies, right? Like Levain is the one that comes to mind. They do, I think they do 7 or 8 ounce cookies, which 8 ounces might be 200 grams. Perfect. Wait, no. There we go. Yeah, 8 ounces is 200 grams. Cookie cakes, totally. Yeah, there was the era of big. Wait, now that's in grams. I don't want to. I can't do it. We can't do it. There was the whole like cupcake era for a while, right? Like everything was cupcakes, and there was like lots of, popular cupcakes. I feel like we're now in like a cookie. We're in a cookie era, and there's a lot of big cookies are the thing. Okay, almost time to drop those cookies, it says. We have 40 seconds left, and it'll be 10 minutes. I'm gonna let these go for the full 12. The reason I'm gonna let them go for the full 12 is they still look like dough in there. There's still like a lot of spreading left to happen. So hopefully maybe that happens, and if not, then I'm just gonna have the same experience with these cookies that I've had all along, which is complete frustration. Online initials. Okay, timer number 2 is going off. That means that was the 10 minute timer. That was 10 minutes that those cookies have been in there. Well, Uma says, what's wild about places like Crumble and their big cookies is that they manage to also be very mid. No, this is true. Extremely true. Accurate. Alley Cat, welcome in. Did you cup it or weigh it in the beginning? Mike, I cupped it, which is not what I usually do. I usually weigh everything. I did that this time because I've just been trying to make these cookies the way that the recipe says. I've been trying to get them to come out. Honestly. Like, they've been elusive. This is probably maybe not the 10th time I've made these, but it's definitely I've made them more than 5 times. Okay, that's all the dough we're gonna get out of there. Let's drop these cookies in the oven because they've been in here for 11 minutes now. And we're gonna do a big old pan drop. And let's let those bake for another minute. They look good. They look like tasty chocolate chip cookies, so hopefully they'll be all right. We have another round going in after that. We're gonna let these cool on a wire rack for a few minutes. And then we're gonna make the chicken next. We're gonna prep the chicken. When the oven is empty, we'll put the chicken in the oven. The chicken will bake. While the chicken is baking, we're gonna do the... Wait, stop. We're gonna do the fritters. Okay, I want to set this for 11 minutes. Let's get these cookies out. They look good. They look pretty good. Those look like delicious chocolate chip cookies. They're brown around the foot. They are soft in the center, as stated. So they look good. Do they look exactly like the ones in the picture? No. But that's okay. Let's put this next round in. And timer. Okay, so I need a timer for 10 minutes. There we go. They did have the drop method, Baker. Yes, they did. Always says, I got a gift card to Crumble and everything here is so bad. I don't know what to use it for. Have you had Crumble before? I would get some cookies with it just to see what was up. I mean, I would encourage you obviously to like make your own decision about whether they're good or not. I like, we have Insomnia cookies in Philly and I really I like those. They're basic cookies. Like they're not, amazing. They're just kind of whatever. But when you want cookies and you don't have a cookie bag in your freezer to pull from, pro tip, they're a good substitute. And they're open until 3 a.m. and you can order them to come to your house from your couch and they'll bring milk with them. Like, well, totally. Yeah. And they're popular. And this is sort of like where I was saying, it feels like the cupcake situation all over again, where it's like, ugh, okay, we're back on this nonsense, right? Like just this is just like the latest fad. Remove from the oven and let cool for a minute on the baking sheet. Then use a spatula to transfer the cookies to a wire rack and let cool. Repeat with the remaining dough. Great. Cookies will keep for up to a month in the freezer. Okay, I am going to freeze the rest of these cookie balls because I don't want to make a third version, a third batch of these. And in order to freeze them, I need to start a second bag of cookies. of cookie balls. Because wait, no, I need to freeze them on the tray first. Sorry, can't put them in the bag yet. They need to freeze on the tray, or else they will get ruined. Ruined, totally ruined. Stock bag is in the way here. I need to move some things to the freezer in the basement because I've got a bunch of stuff in here that's like ready for long-term storage. I have all the burgers in here. I have a bunch of vegetable stock in there. Lots going on. Okay. We've got cookies in the oven. We have cookies on a tray. Let's take these cookies off the tray and put them on the wire rack as suggested. And then we're going to move along. We're going to start our corn fritters after that. That tray is still hot. Shocking. All right, so these, they look good. They are flattening slightly after sitting here. So let's get them one more time on the pan banging. So these, they smell great and they are looking soft, relatively soft. Hopefully not undercooked, but we're gonna let them dry. We're gonna dry. All right, wait, I need a spatula. Don't put the spatula in the sink. Don't do it. Okay. The local bakery saw how crumble went viral, started adding them to in-house baking artisan lunches. Ooh. The overcomplicated cookie. Yeah, the overcomplicated cookie is like a staple of the bakery world. We love an overcomplicated cookie. Illegally good cookies. I mean, if a local bakery is doing like cookies like that in a sort of on-demand consumable way, I would probably be more inclined to support that than ordering from one of those more national services. You guys have Uncrustables even though you're allergic to peanut butter. Correct. The other two members of my household are not. And my allergy is not affected by their mere presence. My allergy is only comes up if I consume peanut butter. I can use peanut butter. I can cook with it if I wanted to. I could use it in crafts. Perhaps a pine cone bird feeder with peanut butter and seeds on it. Delightful. I just can't eat it. Okay. What are we doing next? The chicken. The chicken. Yeah, the ambient allergy. I mean, I'm sure if there was like peanut dust in the air and I breathed it in, I'm sure that would probably not be great. Like, I'm not going to like a peanut butter roasting factory anytime soon because I'm not trying to test out that. But I've got no problem, generally speaking, just existing around it. Like, I've never been next to the fryer at Five Guys, so like maybe there's something there, but maybe not. Okay, the chicken I'm just roasting. This is preheat the gas or charcoal grill. Grill the chicken, turning occasionally until cooked through and brown on both sides, about 15 minutes. Turn to a platter, drizzle with honey. Okay, great. Cookies have about 5 minutes left in the oven. Let's put some of this homemade harissa on my chicken here, and then we'll get that in the oven. I'm gonna get that in the oven. I'm gonna do it on a grill, on a rack in the oven, so that there is a little bit of space underneath, so that it sort of, kind of, if you squint, maybe looks like they were grilled. We'll see. Gluten-free brownies. Well, I don't care what. I don't care if they're gluten-free or not. Like a good brownie is a good brownie. If they're gluten-free, that's probably good too. It's like a garlic cookie situation. Yeah, and you could have you asked them? Sometimes if you ask, people will just give you the thing. Mostly not. And yeah, I don't generally cook with peanut butter. I don't think I've ever used peanut butter to cook on stream, for that matter. Chicken with a half a cup of the harissa. Okay, so I'm not really going to use a half a cup here. I'm just going to kind of eyeball the situation because I also don't have 2.5 pounds of boneless, skinless chicken thighs. I have whatever these are. They came out of the freezer earlier. So we're gonna put some scoops of that in here, and then we'll smear it all around in the bag, and then we'll take the chicken out and we'll squeeze the bag out onto the chicken. So we're just getting everything covered. Now maybe, let's not put this on the tray yet. We're going to leave that for a moment just to kind of marinate on itself. And let those cookies finish up in the oven before we put that out on the tray. Okay, that's good. We'll put the harissa back in the fridge for later. And now, okay, cookies are doing good things. I need to drop the cookies in the oven in a sec. This is ready to go. This needs to get washed because it had chicken bag in it. And I need honey for the chicken, but that's later. Okay. I'm going to cook this chicken in the oven also at 375. So however long that ends up taking. These are chicken thighs, so it really doesn't matter. It does matter in a sense of if you want to eat quicker, then, whatever. But I'm going to put those in there. Then we'll work on the fritters. Then we'll temp these after 30 minutes, maybe a little less. We'll see. Okay, timer's going off for those cookies. That means it is time to pick up and drop them. Excuse me. Let's do that. Okay. Yeah, they don't look... There we go. Yes, I guess they do start to deflate when you do that, but you really got to be aggressive about it. Okay, 1 more minute. Go rent a VHS to The Bodyguard. What song was it that was the song from The Bodyguard that was the most popular? Was that I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston? Maybe. It has to be. Whitney Houston was in that movie. And I can't keep my hands out of my mouth. I'm always having to wash my hands and change my gloves when I'm preparing food. For Not My House mix, yes. If I had the peanut allergy, I'd be in trouble. Man, you know what's great? This weekend I was camping with some friends of mine, and I always bring plastic, rubber, whatever. I always bring gloves now. And one of my buddies was starting to cook, and I was like, "Hey, I got these gloves here," and he was like, "I don't really like those." And I was like, "I got these gloves here that you could wear instead of washing your hands." Sub topic. I know that you didn't wash your hands because I watched you not do that. So I was like, hey, maybe we can wear these gloves. And Mix, I feel that about kitchen things in general. I'm like, you know, gloves are great. I've touched my face a couple times today, and I was like, as soon as I did it, I like knew that I did it, but I like didn't intentionally do it. But it's definitely one of those things where you're like, oh shit. All right, so those look great. Those cookies that just came out look beautiful / good. Harissa chicken. Yeah, I was like, we've been out in the woods. I've been like watching you, like not closely, but like close enough to know that like you're not washing your hands right now. Like, we got gloves for a reason. Speaking of washing hands, let me do that. I'm gonna get this chicken on the rack, and then we'll pop that in the oven. We're letting these cookies cool on the stove for just a minute. That bot is like, I don't give a shit. We want it all. Okay, I'm just gonna reach in here with my hands because I just washed them, and I'm gonna wash them again, like right after this. So why not? I got 3 kind of like big chicken pieces here. I'm not trying to have leftovers today. We're just trying to like cook for the day. We're still overcoming a spate of leftovers from the past couple days. There's been a lot. So we're working through some things. Speaking of, we're gonna work through. Let's get this bag. We're going to take a chopstick and get as much of the harissa out of here as possible, because this is like liquid gold. I don't want this to just go to waste in this bag. So I'm gonna take a chopstick, I'm gonna kind of work this to one side, and then we'll squeeze it out like as if from a tube. Beautiful. If I ever saw me in an IRL campground, well, when I go camping, I look basically the same as I do now. In fact, I wear this shirt camping quite a bit, actually. It's a nice, like, outdoors being visible shirt. Yeah, look at that. Got the rest of this harissa coming out. Beautiful. Take that very same chopstick and just kind of like spread this out a little bit on top. Now it says when you're grilling these to like flip them over a couple times. I don't think I'm gonna do that because it's an oven and the heat is kind of like coming from all around, I guess. I don't know. I might flip these once. Let's check these after, I want to check these after 10 minutes actually, just to see kind of where they're at, because if after 10 minutes they're like much farther along than I think, then we'll recalibrate. I guess what I mean is I'd rather not leave them in there for like 30 minutes and then have them be like way overdone. Okay, oven is on. Chicken is just about ready. This is chicken thighs with homemade harissa going in the oven. Right in the middle. Good job. Lee Galley, welcome in. Looks good. Thank you. Thank you. Here's hoping. Let's take these cookies off the tray now. So they look good. Like, these cookies look pretty good. I'm happy with how they are. An Asian flair with international influence. Cabbage rolls. Oof, Mix, I'm sorry to hear that. That's a lot. That's a lot to take in, even if you think, you know. But that sounds good though. I also love the idea of like letting something rest for a few days in the fridge and then like making something else with it. The leftover situation, the creative leftover situation is always like a favorite genre of food. we love a use it up meal. And you remain thoughtful as I know this about you anyway. Okay. Cookies look great. Calvin, would you like to try a cookie? Leftover rotisserie chicken, Liz. You know what I used to do, or what I used to love? One of my favorite things, and I just thought about this when I was a kid, was just leftover chicken dipped in honey. I don't know why I just thought about that, but when you were like, I don't know what to do with leftover rotisserie chicken, I literally thought, I was like, I could eat it cold from the fridge and just dip it in honey. And I was like, wait, I haven't had that thought since I was like 10. I do, leftover chicken is like, yeah, on a biscuit, perfect. That would be great. What else could you put on that biscuit? What else do you have to put on that biscuit? Do you have any cheese? Could you perhaps cut the biscuit in half, melt some cheese on it, and then like put the leftover chicken? Wazoo Bababi. I would die for one of those. We don't need to take it that far. You could enter Cookie Club. You might not get these, but you might get cookies at some point. Welcome in. Honey and Caesar dressing with Parmesan. Yes. Pimento cheese. Munster cheese. This is great. This is great. You're oh man. Turnerella's like hot honey. Yes. That recommendation also tracks. Oh man, leftover rotisserie chicken is like the literal best thing you can have in your kitchen from a leftover perspective. I always love a leftover chicken meal. Look at these cookies, y'all. Look at these cookies. You know what's wild? I want you to look at these. Hold on. Let's take this. Just take a look at these. So these are the cookies. They are from the same physical batch of cookies, right? However, these were the first ones in the oven. Okay, these, the ones on this side, first ones. These were the second ones in the oven. They look different. WTF. These look like chocolate chip cookies. I don't know what these look like, but it's not the same. Like, these look amazing. Chocolate. These look like biscuits somehow. What? What? Sometimes I just don't know. Sometimes I'm like, why? Was it like extra time out of the oven? Was it just that I rolled these first so they were from like the top of the bowl with less chocolate? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I got no answers. I literally have no answers. Did I set a timer for that chicken? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. How long has the chicken been in there, y'all? Probably 3 minutes, right? Let's set a timer for 7. Add more chips on top. I could just add a chip or two, and that would definitely be nice. I think it's, as I said it, I do think it's like the dough. Like there's just more dough at the top. It's a little bit flaky, so you kind of have to like mash it together in your hands, and I think that the chips sort of just fall to the bottom as you grab at it naturally. So that's my guess. Okay, cookies look great though. Happy with the cookies. Let's make some fritters. That seems like the right thing to do. I'm gonna move my cast iron stuff off the stove so that I can use the big burner for my big cast iron pan. This is definitely the shallow fry pan. I like this one the best for shallow frying. Okay. Chicken's in the oven, cookies are done. Let's make some fritters. Finish the fritters. Remove the batter from the refrigerator and stir in the corn kernels and green onions. Put the egg whites in the bowl of an electric mixer, or put them in a bowl and get a large whisk and beat until they hold soft peaks. All right, let's do that first. Reminder to self, you have a bowl in the freezer for this purpose. Look, I remembered. I did it. I am proud of that. All right, so here's my bowl. My whisk was also in the freezer for that purpose. Chicken went in the oven at 351. Perfect. That means it's been in there for 11 minutes. Okay, Roma, thank you. Let's check that chicken. Now, I said I wanted to check it at 10 minutes. It has been 10 minutes. We're going to check the temp on that. It will definitely not be done, but we'll know where it is. Yes, that is certainly not done. Okay, we're at 46 degrees. Perfect. Let's give that another 20.
That is not.
No, it is not done. Let's give that another...
And if it is done, I think you should recheck the recipe.
20 more minutes. It's been 7 minutes. Okay. Well, we're gonna get there. 7 minutes is good. Let's whip these egg yolks until they are ready to go. Didn't take too terribly long. Maybe a minute, maybe 2. Probably more.
Let's try a cookie.
Can you try a cookie? Yes. Yes, you may. Why don't you try one of the ones on the left? That one would be great. That one came out of the oven less recently, so it's cooled more. The ones on that half of the tray are more ready to go. Yes.
Yes, Chef. Let me get a piece of chocolate.
You like?
Really good. Yeah.
Really good, he says.
I like how the chocolate is kind of melted.
You like how the chocolate's kind of melted? Okay. Well, it's still they're still warm, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I like how it's soft.
It is.
I like soft cookies.
Soft is good. I've made these before and they've turned out rock solid. So, soft is great. We can appreciate soft.
Yeah, I like how the middle's soft and then like the very edges are kind of crispy. Like not crispy, but they're a little harder.
Okay. Good feedback. Are they raw at all? As in, like, do they taste too doughy?
No. I think that tastes good.
Tastes good. Perfect.
I mean, I also like really doughy, but
Okay.
they don't feel too doughy.
But you like them.
Yes.
Okay.
What are you doing? Like handmade whipped cream or something?
These are egg whites.
Oh, wow.
So, kind of like handmade whipped cream. Yeah.
But egg whites.
But not. Uncommon, welcome in. Good to see you. Broccoli, welcome in. 40, nice. Nice. Let me Let me finish making these, and then if you don't, Broccoli, if you don't see me write that down when I'm done this, I want you to remind me. Please. All right, egg whites are good. I would say are we holding a stiff peak yet? Not quite. Soft and chewy. I like a soft and chewy cookie too, especially a chocolate chip. The only time I don't want a soft and chewy cookie is when it's really thin. Soft peaks. It did. Well, you're right. So yeah, we're holding a soft peak. Okay. Great. Let's get this ready to go. Watch your head. And let me fold these in. I'm going to fold in the corn kernels and green onions. So we have that into the batter. This is the fritter batter. Okay.
Big one.
You have your
I'm gonna
part.
go to the pet store, I don't know, in a minute, because
Okay.
I need cat food.
Okay. I was just say, you have your purse. Where are you going?
Because I meant to do that, like, on the way to or from.
Okay. Cool.
Bye.
Have fun.
Upstairs first.
Put the egg whites, soft peaks. Fold the egg whites into the corn mixture until no streaks of white are visible.
Yeah, I'm going back up with my cotton.
Okay. Set a wire cooling rack over a rim baking sheet and preheat the oven to 250. Pour a half inch of canola oil into a heavy sided frying pan. Heat the oven. Heat over medium heat until the oil is hot. If you add a drop of water to the oil, it should sizzle vigorously. Sizzle vigorously. Without crowding the pan, scoop quarter cup mounds of fritter batter into the hot oil and fry, turning once until the fritters are golden brown on both sides. Great. We got it. Thanks. You know what's funny? Can I share a little thing that makes me weird? Are you all open to hearing like a little thing? Are you open to hearing a little bit of my sort of neurodivergent fun? I never, ever say bless you or gesundheit or any of that ever to anyone in real life. If you sneeze next to me, I'm not even going to acknowledge it. I don't do it. Not a slow glare, Joe. I just don't do it. It is intentional, Wilma. Yeah. Mainly because I object to the term bless you. Because I do not believe that a demon is entering your body when you sneeze. So why say it? And I just don't. I literally don't. I never say it. And Gwen's like, you're rude. And I'm like, I know. So if you ever sneeze near me, you can say, excuse me, if you feel like you need to be excused. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue living my life. You're just making a body noise near me. I don't need to address it. Does that make me rude? Maybe. Do I care? Also, no. Okay, egg whites look folded in nicely. And I've got my big spoon here, so we're going to scoop using the big spoon. Be gone. Yeah, Cyborg. I'm like, I can't. I just don't. I'm like, I give up. I'm not playing the game. I'm not. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to like. I don't want to buy in. Uncommon says, one time a guy cut in front of my mom somewhere and she raised her voice and said, "Excuse me." The guy turned around and said, "What, did you fart?" So it can go multiple ways. No, that is true. It can definitely go multiple ways. When I sneeze, generally, if I'm around other people, I will say, "Excuse me." Because like I'm the one making the noise. I don't know. Maybe it just makes me a jerk. It probably just makes me a jerk. Again, I don't really care. Okay, while my oil is preheating, which we're doing right now, it is almost the top of the hour. We should take a quick break because once I start frying these fritters, I don't want to stop. And it's going to take me a little while, and we're going to need to take a break before that little while is over. So, yeah, uncommon. I always, if I like let out a noise, I'll say, "Excuse me." I'll say that isn't the case in all religious backgrounds. The idea that a demon is involved when you cease. No, certainly not. Well, must be a Christian thing. Yeah. Like so many things. I just don't. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand why I would need to say like "bless you" to somebody. Like what? I don't use the word blessing in my life in general. Oh, so blessed. Hashtag blessed. No, I don't do that. So it feels weird to me. All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to play a game of words on stream. If you're new to stream, housekeeping notes. 1, if you're lurking and you're not following, or whatever, if you're just watching and you're not following, there are no follow alerts. So if you want to follow and not be perceived or acknowledged, that's how it works. Feel free to hit the follow button. I won't say hi to you. There's no noises, there's no alerts, nothing comes up in chat. You can literally just hit follow and be completely anonymous until you say hi. Thing number 1. Thing number 2, we play words on stream. We do 2 games of that while we're running an ad on Twitch. It's always ads on Twitch. They're either pre-rolls or they are timed when you want them to be. I choose to run them myself so that I have a little control over them. And also I hate pre-roll ads. So that's coming up. And while we run the ads, we play words on stream. I usually do something with the dishes, which is what I'm going to do today. Now, in this sense, in this moment. And then we'll be back. When we come back, we're going to fry some fritters. I have my oil heating up. It's on low. So, just like, if you don't like ads, now's a good time to just get up and do your thing. Whatever. Uncommon is asking the important questions. The question is, if you fart silently, should you say "excuse me"? I say no, but I also say if you're around people, you should like observe, and if anybody's like, then you should. Out of curiosity, what other things do you not subscribe to? Lots. Out of the top of mind, I have no idea. I use blessed as lucky because luck was evil, but it's like the same stupid thing. Mix. Yeah. I don't know. The word blessed is like, it's very like Christian. Small way we continue to talk to each other, if that makes sense. Yeah, and it's a social thing. It's a social contract. I was talking with a bunch of my friends about like various social contracts this weekend, and I thought, the social contract is like, you got to say "excuse me" or, "bless you" or whatever. If I'm feeling really especially salty, I will say specifically, God bless you to somebody, and then I will do this, just to really rub in the point. Pardon me, did you notice that I farted? And then proceed from there. Joe, I like your approach. Bold, but direct. Broccoli, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. Oh, hold on. Oh, see, I just remembered. Broccoli, check-ins, 40. It was 40, right? See, I remembered. Audible things need acknowledging. Silent things don't. Right. We have a rule in our house. If you fart, you own it. No judgment, no shame. But if someone's like, who fucking farted? And everyone's in the same room, then you admit it. You got to admit it. You got to admit it, because otherwise it makes you a monster. Okay, we're gonna run some ads here. Now's a good time to take a break if you want to grab some water or a little bite of food or whatever. Just get up and stretch your legs. Mix, I see you with your entries for the month. We're running a Game Awards on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. Go subscribe on YouTube if you don't want to hear ads, and you can hear me talk about all sorts of weird things. Lisa, welcome in. Hello.
Hi. Welcome to another
Happy Canada Day,
Commercials I
indeed.
Hate.
Okay. We will come back to this conversation though, because I feel like we haven't sniffed out all of the topics that could be present here. All right. What else do I need? What else am I making today? Just the fritters. I'd love to do that citrus salad. I really would. I don't know if we're gonna get to that. I think we will get to that. We might get to that. It's not that complicated. It just takes a while to do the like little supremes from the oranges and stuff. But it's fun and delicious, and I kind of want to make it. So if I can, I will. But for now, let's just load the dishwasher and focus on the fritters, and we'll get there eventually. I wonder if I lost any followers by saying that I don't say God bless you. Someone was like, fuck this, I'm out. That's the line. That's my line. That's my line. This guy's rude. I mean, yes. Whoa! Almost. That was a big board. Y'all, good work. No, not a board, but almost, and that was really good. I know. That was a huge board, too. Really nice job. Really nice job in general. Oh, that was a tough one. Okay, well, I broke my spatula, so I guess I don't need to handle that either. Do I? No. I don't. I'll answer that. That was rhetorical. Alright, almost finished processing the dishes. Getting there. Getting there. Alright, hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate you. No one likes ads. I know I don't like them. We choose to run them in the middle of the stream instead of having pre-rolls. And I choose to do some dishes during that time, which is not always the most interesting thing to look at, honestly, while I'm, live and doing this. So that's why we do the dishes during this time. Anyway, we're getting there. Last couple guesses here. Everybody's got one more guess starting right now. And I'm just clearing off my sink, hopefully a little bit more. All right, good work. Good work. Let's come back. Where's the button that I need? There it is. There's the right one. All right. Hello. Hello, hello. I got a little bit farther in my dish journey. Lysanth, hello. Nice to see you. I don't know if you caught my hello before I rudely read an ad. Mix, yes. Happy Canada Day. Cyborg, blaming flatulence on the animals is like a time-honored tradition. 100%. Broccoli, you can tell by the formula. That's you know that person real well. And board games, welcome in. Hello. Hello. All right, we've scrolled. Hold on. God, wait, I'm not to the bottom yet. There we go. We did it. Okay. Those were some beefcake boards. That was a lot. That was definitely a lot. Okay, oil is good. My oil is nice and shiny now. Everything is coming along. So let's go. We're gonna go over to the stove for this one. If you add a drop of water to the oil, it should sizzle vigorously. Vigorously, all right. All right, come on at me with your words. Let's come over here. And we're not going to do the above angle for this one. We're going to do the side angle. What is my timer going off for? What is that for? It's for the chicken. Let's temp the chicken in the oven. Carly, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. All right, we're at 143. One 55, 156. So some of these are good, almost good. Some of these are not. We're gonna give these another, let's do 7 more minutes. 7 minutes, we should be all right. Carly, that's 120 check-ins. Hey, that's a multiple of 20. All multiples of 20 are Cookie Club entries. FYI. You earn Cookie Club entries by checking in. It is a thing. What did I say? 7 more minutes? Great, we'll do that. 7 more minutes, that should be done in the oven. Okay, let's take a look at this on the stove here. Come on over to the stove. We have some hot oil. Let's see if this water sizzles vigorously. Not quite vigorous, but like, no, I would not say that that's vigorous. So I'm going to turn this up just a little bit. I'm also going to go ahead and get out the big screen because we got a lot of splashing on this. There's probably going to be some splashing. So we'll see. Broccoli, I got you for your 40th check-in. I wrote it down. It is right here. All right, that is definitely sizzling. Now, if you add a drop of water, it should sizzle vigorously without crowding the pan. Scoop 1/4 cup mounds of fritter batter into the hot oil and fry, turning once. Okay, so we're giving this another stir, just like kind of a final bit here. And we're gonna do big scoops of this from a spoon. Yeah, we're gonna do a big scoop of this, just like 1, Actually, no. I'm gonna do scoops of this from this spoon, because this is more close to a 1/4 cup. That spoon that I'm using is more like a tablespoon. Okay, so let's get a scoop of batter in here and go. So how long did it say? 4 to 5 minutes. That's total. So let's set a timer for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And that looks a little washed out. The color, the white balance looks a little weird on that. Oh wait, I'm changing the overhead camera. Lord knows what the overhead camera is going to look like after this. Let's see. No, that's still going to look washed out. Okay. It's fine. All right, so that is going. Timer has started for that one. So let's get another one in here. And then a third. I'm going to turn this oil up. Turn my pan up a little bit. Now, as a reminder, the directions do say don't put this too hot. So we're going to do, and we're not crowding the pan either. So we're going to do just 4 of these to start. I think we do 4 at a time. That seems like the right move. Well, Uma says, now that you mentioned how it's a social contract to say bless you, which it is, that's making me think about how often I say bless you to people after they sneeze, but never expect or have heard people, Christians, respond to my sneezes the way people do in my culture or religious background. White supremacy is wild the more I continue to unpack it. Right. Well, we are a nation of colonizer religion, so generally speaking, that's sort of the social norms are built off of that, which is super fun. Yeah, what would your general, like, what would that be? What would that response be for you, Woma, if you were giving a, like, this is specifically how we do things, if I'm, for lack of a better phrasing. I am looking for my spatula. Where did I put my spatula? I sat it down. I even was like, hey, I want to... Oh, there it is. Sorry, I didn't even wash it. It's on the tray. So it's chocolate on it. Great. Hold on. I need to give this a real quick scrub. There we go. Okay. So these look good now. My timer is going off for that first one. So what I'm looking for says 4 to 5 minutes, and I'm looking for, they'll darken the exterior. So wait, what am I waiting for? Till the fritters are golden brown on both sides. Okay. It's kind of more complicated than just the transactional bless you, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I just, like, I know sort of bless you because this is the only, I don't know, the only thing. It's just like, it's funny because you're taught to be like, oh, you know, you gotta say bless you or else you're rude. Like, it's not that rude. I think you should say excuse me. You just sneezed near me. How about that? How about you say excuse me instead? How about that be the new social norm? Not me being salty. All right, these are starting to come along. I think I'll probably need to fry these. This one will be finished first, for sure. These should all be finished roughly around the same time. And I'm gonna take and kind of, as these are cooking, I'm going to sort of rotate them a little bit, because you can see on the one here how it's browner on this side than it is on that side. It's because this side was closer to the heat, which is the middle. Now these are about good. Flip these over. Whoop. Oh, that one wasn't quite ready. Sorry, bud. That one was a thick one. Okay. That was my timer for the... What was that timer for? That was a timer for the chicken. So these are actually not sizzling to the point where I need the pan, which is nice. You say Gesundheit. Fair. That is also a typical thing. Bless you. What else is it? What other like ways do people say that? Okay, I need to get a wire rack for these over a sheet pan because they are a little greasy and are going to drip. All right, we got our wire rack. I'm just going to put that on the stove next to the tray. Basically, the wire rack is going to live right here under the camera. But we'll keep the camera on the stove. I say get the heck away from me if you're sick. Yeah. Yeah, fellas, that's my thought. Like, you should be saying, excuse me. I'm sorry for disturbing the silence that you were previously enjoying. Let's rotate these again so we get a little even browning. And now, what does it say to do for these? Don't get rushy. Got it. We're not. Using a spatula, transfer the fritters to the cooling rack and place in the oven to keep warm. Skim any corn kernels from the oil. Fry the remaining batter. Arrange your fritters on a large platter and season with flaky salt. Great. We're going to season with flaky salt before we put them in the oven to stay warm. I also want to temp my chicken again, so let's do that real quick. Which we should be just about there. 158 in the middle on that one. 159. Okay. What do we got in here? 164. Perfect. 160. Perfect. Okay, chicken's done. I'm going to turn the oven off for right now. That is the timer for my fritters. So we should have one fritter. This one is absolutely finished. This is beautiful. Take that one. A little salt on top. And then these should also be just about finished. Yeah, perfect. Look at that. That is lovely looking. These all look pretty good. I feel like this one might need a little bit more time on that first side. So we're going to pop that in there for just another 30 to 40 seconds. We'll get some salt down in the little cracks of these. Perfect. Woman says, I don't mind saying bless you. The one social thing I low-key hate is when I cross paths with the same person twice in my morning walk. Like saying good morning is an easy go-to the first time around, but I don't know what the fuck to say the second time around, right? No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. It's like when you make social conversation with somebody and then they're like still around you and you're like, okay, but now what? But now can we just like disapparate, please, and not have to look at each other anymore? That would be wonderful, thanks. Yeah, these, whoa, about to slide. These look great. These look good. It looks like they're browned. I'm giving them a little bit of salt here. And let's get our next round of fritters in. Give this a little stir just to keep everything off the bottom. And we're going to do 4 straight out of the gate here. So these 4 should all be roughly the same time and size, or They were the same size before, but roughly the same timing for these is what I mean. I love corn fritters. Just a little bit of sour cream with these is delicious. All right. Beautiful. And we have at least one more round for these in the pan. Oh, one more round is left in the bowl. I'm going to take the chicken out of the oven now because it is finished. I'm going to take it out for just a few minutes. I'm going to put it back in, but I want it to be out right now while the oven is off and coming back down to a temperature that is more for holding things hot than cooking them. I do think that we're going to get to that citrus salad today because there looks to be enough time. I was hoping to stream until around 7 p.m. today. I think the schedule actually says 6 p.m. But we're even a little bit ahead of that in terms of what I envisioned or where I thought I would be time-wise. So that's a good thing. You know what happens when you follow a recipe? You just kind of work it and it's a little quicker than making it up sometimes. It's certainly a lot quicker than writing a recipe where you have to track everything. Okay, but we're rotating these. This is good that I can rotate them. That means they're not stuck to the bottom of the pan. I don't know how they would be stuck to the bottom of the pan with all the oil that's in here, but stop perceiving me from behind. I feel that deeply. I'm always wary when someone, not wary, but when I am in the city and I'm walking and like I'm just so conscious of walking either directly behind or directly in. Oh, damn, that was hot. Directly behind or directly in front of someone. And if I'm out in the city, and this is specific to gender roles, but like I'm a guy, I'm visibly a guy. If I'm like following behind somebody, especially like a woman who, or whatever, you know, a visible female presenting person, I will try to like cross the street or like not be directly weird and creepy behind them. It's yeah, because I don't want to be like perceived in that way of like, oh, is this person like tracking me, tailing me, are they following me? Like, I don't know. I'm like sensitive to it. Okay, that is 2.5 minutes. Oh wait, I set that for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. That was more than a minute and more than 2.5 minutes. That's okay. I'm gonna flip that fritter. Flip all these fritters. Oil seems a little bit hot here because those are a little looser in the center than they were on the first round. So I'm gonna turn the oil down just a little bit. And go with side 2. Yeah, Vel, it's even unintentionally. I just don't want someone to feel uncomfortable. Like, yeah, it's, you know, depends on the time of day, too. It depends on how many people are around. When you walk faster or even change sides of the road if it's a man behind me. Totally. Yeah. And I get it. I get it. I don't get it in a personal, I understand perspective, but I get it from the, I understand what that means. If it's a regular, yeah. And living where you live, not you, but when you live someplace for a while, you sort of, you know the people who are around all the time and you know the people who are not visibly recognizable. I generally, I pass a lot of people when I'm walking. I walk really fast, mostly. So I do sometimes, yeah, sometimes I pass a lot of people. So I'm always like, rarely do I have someone walking behind me who I'm not actively like moving faster than. It's always someone I'm coming up on. You have names for the familiars in your head, like Helmet Head and Dog Lady. Fellows, same. I think we all do that. Oh, mix. Yeah, totally. And meanwhile, you're just like, can I just farm, please? And just be myself? Totally. Yeah, I mean, yeah, meanwhile, it's like, but I don't want either one of those things. I'm just here to use the bathroom. Don't worry. All right, these look great. Fritters are looking good. Yeah, fritters are looking right. Let's get those off and onto the tray. I still have my chicken out on the counter, which is cooling. I have my oven door cracked slightly to help like bring the heat of the oven down because I want it to be at 170 or so because I'm going to try to keep both the chicken and the fritters warm in the oven while I do sort of the rest of the things. When you're short and have a shorter stride, so most people eventually pass you. I'm short and have a very generous stride and rarely get passed on the sidewalk, like extremely rarely. If someone passes me, I'm almost always like surprised. My favorite when I'm walking, and this always makes me feel bad, but not that bad, is when I'm walking faster than someone who I pass who is ostensibly jogging or like exercising. That's always fun. All right, I'm out of batter, so we got 12 fritters out of this equation, which is perfect. How many does the recipe say it makes? Hold on, start my timer. Start my timer. The recipe says it makes 15, so I guess these are a little larger, but that's okay. Yeah, people keep trying to gender you. It's like, well, you can't misgender me if they're both wrong. Or no, sorry, that's not at all how that works. There's a phrase in there somewhere. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but all right, fritters look great. Fritters are fried. They are beautiful, and we're starting. We're gonna rotate these in just a second. Please slow to assist hetero pace. Oh my god, mix. Yes. Seriously. I was out with someone recently, and we were walking, we're just like on a hike. And Mrs. Handy's Kitchen says, I hate it when you go to pass someone, then they speed up, so you have to maintain a speed that isn't comfortable. Oh, Mrs. Handy's. That's when I'm like sixth gear. That's when I sort of break into the walk run. Which is always fun. But I was out, I started to say something. What was I saying? Oh, right. I was out a couple weekends ago, and like out on a trail with somebody, but it was like a paved trail. It wasn't like, we weren't like hiking. But anyway, they were walking very fast, and I was just like keeping up and chatting. And I was like, I had this moment where I was like, what is happening here? Like, this person's walking very fast. And I was like, are you testing me? I was like, are you testing how fast I can walk? Because I had said something about like, oh, I like exercising and like, I'm whatever. And they were like, yes, I am testing how fast you could walk. And I was like, I am pacing you. Feel free to walk faster. is this friends? Are we friends now? Mix, it was literally that exact circumstance. It was quite literally, that was the circumstance. I was like, are you testing me? And they're like, yeah. I was like, we'll go faster. Feel free. Run the full test. Well, the slowing down is big. I never used to do that, but I do that now. If I'm walking with Calvin and he's sort of like taking his time a little bit, he's also an extremely fast walker. Shocking to nobody, because he walks with me all the time. But I do that now. I'll slow down. If I'm alone, no way I'm slowing down. I'm going straight through. But if I'm with somebody, I will slow the pace just a little bit. All right, these are looking good. We've got a few more minutes here. Oven is going to be mostly down to temp, so let's put that back to 170, and we'll close it up and put the fritters in it when they're finished. Okay, it says it's down at 170. It says it's at temperature now. It just beeped at me, so let's let that be true. I just struggle, and I don't struggle. I like walking fast, but it's always illuminating when I'm with another human being, because invariably it's really rare for me to meet someone who like walks, who can like pace my standard walking pace. I try to be good, but often I find myself ahead of people without realizing it. All right, we've got fritters that are coming along. They're pretty good. I'm happy with the browning on these. I'm happy with how they're looking. When we're finished with this, I am going to go ahead and do that citrus salad, and then dinner will be ready. I do need to take some pictures of this though, so that is something that has to happen. I need to, and we're losing the light, so it's 5:30, but an indirect lighting is what they asked for, so that's probably okay. All right, these look beautiful. So I'm gonna give these another little flip here, just checking both sides. Looking good. Walk near your neighborhood on public sidewalks, besides people in cars. I know, right? I feel like that's like the predominant experience though. I feel like most folks, you know, if they're walking, are in just like a neighborhood or something. It's part of what I love about the city. What do you need, Glenn?
A large plate.
A large plate. Round, square?
Round.
Good?
Yeah, and I'll need a spoon.
A spoon?
Yeah, I'll give that a spoon.
Okay, here's a spoon. Okay. No questions asked. No questions asked. Oh, okay. All right, let's get these out. And then...
She's in the compost.
There we go. She's in the compost. Oh, get out of the compost, little gal. There's a cat. There's a cat exploring the compost behind me. Good Lord. Okay. Here are our fritters. All nice. We're going to salt the ones that just came out. Something about just getting outside at all is helpful, even if it is familiar. All right, here we are. Fritters look great. Whoa, white balance on my overhead camera is broken. There we go, that's better. Better. I'll take 77. I am upset that I didn't make 15 of these. It's okay. I like to walk in different places every day. I have to drive all those places? Yes. I feel that, well, that's funny because I feel like when I leave my house sometimes, I walk like out of my house, like I'll leave and sort of, I'll just be like, I'm going to go for a walk, right? But I've lived here long enough that it's the area like in my immediate like residential area is like completely explored. There's no streets. There's nothing new. So I definitely, sometimes I'll sort of take the subway somewhere or take the bus somewhere and then like walk back. That's always nice. If Gwen is an Italian, what is she? You will have to ask her yourself. I don't know if she wants to share that. That's her information. We're going to put the chicken back in the oven briefly. I'm going to put the fritters in the oven. Am I going to put the fritters in the oven? I am. Hold on. Oh, I need to turn that oil off. That oil is smoking. All right, fritters look great. Chicken looks good. Cookies look good. Let's make a citrus salad. And then I'm going to take some photos and then we will taste everything. Okay. Oven is great. Well, public transit definitely makes things easier. I love the fact that I can just get on the bus and get places I need to go. Like, it's incredibly helpful to be able to do that. I have a lot of gratitude towards living in the city, and we've moved since living here. Like, we've been in a couple different places. And one of the important things for me in that all of that time has been being able to get to the bus. There's one specific bus line that's pretty good. There's actually a couple bus lines that hit parts of the city that I go to regularly, so it's nice to be able to like have access to that and get there, get around easier. It takes a little longer sometimes, but that's sort of how it goes. You know, that's the trade-off. You don't have to pay for parking. It's cheap. It takes you mostly directly to the place that you want to go. But there's some stops in the middle, and that's okay. I do love public transit. I'm a big public transit fan. I've considered doing some IRL streams that's just like, let's ride this bus line and just get off wherever things look interesting, which could be fun, or it could be not fun, depending on where you go. Okay, in a small bowl, whisk together the shallot. Okay, so we have finished. The chicken's done, the fritters are done, the cookies are finished. All the oven baking things are good. We're moving on to this citrus salad with shallot and vinaigrette. This is one that's like serve immediately. So I'm gonna make this and then we'll take some pictures of that and then the fritters and then all the other stuff. Okay, shallot, mustard, lemon juice. Let stand for 10 minutes. Whisk in the olive oil and continue whisking until the dressing is emulsified and seasoned to taste of salt and pepper and set aside. Okay, great. So am I gonna use a shallot? I got shallots at the market yesterday, but if I'm being honest, I squeezed them and they looked really soft. They felt really soft, so they don't feel like they're good. The person also gave them to me for $0.25. So I don't know what that means. They didn't have any shallots, and I was like, do you guys have any, guys have any shallots? And they were like, let me look. And they went and they looked and they pulled these out. So let's see if these are even any good. They felt a little bit soft, but that doesn't mean they're not good. Might mean they're a little soft, and that's okay. If they're not rotten on the inside, we're doing it. They smell good. So I think they're probably good. think they're probably okay. If I could just get this outer layer off, that is. It's like literally not cooperating. There it goes. All right, we did it. Peeled and minced, it says. Minced. Whoa, that was like coming out of a sleeve. Not good. Okay, this is going to be weird. I don't like it. All right, got that. Now let's do lengthwise. I'm just going to chop this. This is going to be weird. The shallot like didn't stay together. I was trying to get it to like stay together so I could chop it, but it did not have the same goals in mind. Totally okay. All right. I'm gonna dice, and then we're gonna go over this pile again because it got weird. It's fine though. It smells good. It looks good. No soft spots on the inside. So it's just it was not a very dense shallot, I think, was the situation, because it's sort of falling apart as I'm trying to cut it. So it wasn't bound together all that well. That's, I think, why it was soft. Anyway, cool. Got a shallot for cheap. Now this is a citrus salad, so it has several different types of citrus in it. I did my best trying to find the ones that the recipe calls for, but I think I missed one or two. But I have the right number of citrus ingredients, so that's the important thing. And this calls for quite a bit of citrus butchery, so we're gonna make sure that we follow this actually pretty directly. Whisk together the shallot, mustard, and lemon juice, and let stand 10 minutes. Okay, shallot going into a bowl. Mustard, half a teaspoon of Dijon mustard. 1 teaspoon is 5 grams. So let's do, I don't really want to measure this with a thing, because that's just not that much. So we'll just do 2.5 grams. Close enough. That says 3 on the scale, but we'll live. 2 tablespoons of lemon juice. 1 teaspoon is 5 milliliters. So that's 6 teaspoons is 2 tablespoons. 6 times 5 is 30. That's 30 grams of lemon juice. Mandarin was one of them, I think. It calls for navel or caracara oranges, blood orange, grapefruit, tangerines, or mandarins. What did I say? 30 grams? Yeah. Perfect. 30 grams. So we're mixing this and we're letting it stand for 10 minutes. It says that will mellow the harshness of the shallot, which is like, okay, shallot's pretty mellow to begin with. But this is a citrus salad, so mellow is good. We'll let that stand. Then we're adding 1/4 cup of olive oil in there later. And salt and pepper. Okay, so we're cutting the avocado. With a sharp knife, cut off the ends of the oranges and the grapefruit. Cut off the peel and the pith, following the curve of the fruit. Cut the oranges into wagon wheels. I'm cutting the grapefruit into supremes. And then we're just using tangerine slices. Okay. Here's all the citrus. The Minotaur demands shortcake for July. Nice. Do you have to wear the... Can we wear the strawberry shortcake outfit too? She was always so cute. Okay, avocados first. Let's do the avocados. I got avocados yesterday. I had to like dig through the pile of avocados to find ones that were like ripe and ready to eat, as opposed to ones that were hard and needed 5 days to ripen, because I was like, I'm gonna make these tomorrow and I really need these to be ripe. Checking in the oven. Chicken looks good. Fritters look good. Oven's at 170. All right. What an odd name for skinned citrus, Supremes. No, I totally agree. Totally agree. Okay. Peel each piece with a sharp knife, cut off the ends. Okay. Transfer to a bowl. Arrange the fruit on the platter and add the avocado pieces on the top. Okay, so we don't, god damn, this is like does not want to give up the seed. There we go. So we add the avocado last, important note. So let's get that on a plate and then we'll spritz it with some orange to, or not orange, lemon. We'll spritz it with some lemon so that it doesn't brown. It has a whole way of cutting this. It's like cut them into thirds and then peel the shell off the outer edge. It's a weird, it's like the directions in here are like for people who've never cut avocados before. Cut each avocado in half lengthwise, into 2/3. Then cut each avocado baton in half diagonally and peel each piece. I don't even understand what that means. It means, I think, that they want thicker pieces than slices of avocado. They want like wedges. But it's an odd like directional that I don't quite get. So we're just gonna do it that way. And I'm only making one, I'm only gonna do one avocado for this salad because Gwen won't eat the avocado. And so it's just me and Calvin. So we're gonna go with just a little bit of avocado. And now we get to the grapefruit. With a sharp knife, cut off the ends of the oranges and the grapefruits. We have grapefruit, orange, orange, orange. We have lots of oranges and blood. We have oranges and blood oranges. So let's do the grapefruit first. Avocado is great. I agree with you. I think it's a textural thing. Some people just are not into them, and that's okay. Mainly, I'm imagining it's a textural thing. And guac is fine, yeah. She doesn't like guac either, so, to be fair. Let's cut the pith off of this. So we're just cutting... from the top, and then we'll do the same thing. We'll flip it over and cut from the bottom and get the pith and the peel off. I do love the supreme process though. I think it's fun. Cut off the edges, working with it one piece of fruit at a time. Use a sharp knife to cut off the peel and pith. Cut the oranges into wagon wheels and the grapefruit into supremes. It doesn't say supremes, it's describing the process of cutting them into supremes, though. So, I don't need the words. I know what they are talking about. Okay. These look good. Starting to look like a real grapefruit underneath there, right? Most people who don't like shrooms say it's the texture. Totally. That's the biggest thing I've heard before. Or like they taste like dirt. That's the other one. They taste they taste like dirt is common. Definitely the like, oh, they're just weird and mushy. That's a thing. And Sparky Crows, welcome in. Hello. Midi Moon says, what is a supreme? A supreme is the segment of a piece of citrus, so an orange or whatever, completely taken out of the structure of the fruit itself. I'll show you in just a second. We're going to cut this grapefruit into supremes, so we'll get there and you'll see what I'm talking about. But basically it's like an orange wedge without the without the chewy walls around the edges. So imagine if you just had like a piece of orange and all it was the little like juice packets in the middle. That's a supreme. And they hold each other, the juice packets hold each other together slightly, and so that's what makes it all work. But generally speaking, yeah, the supreme is the fruit freed from the cell, freed from the walls around it. So we're going to get to that in just a second here, because I'm about to cut this grapefruit into supremes, and you'll see what I mean. Marianne, welcome in. Oh, you're ill. Oh no. Well, you know what would help? A lot of citrus. The juice packet. Yeah, I mean, the good part, right? That's the part of the thing that you want to eat to begin with. All right. Hands are clean. Let's get a clean towel. We're really about to go in on this grapefruit here. Peeled segments, the juice balls of the feature. Totally. Vitamin C. Tea also works. I don't know. That's always a thing. People are like, you drink your orange juice when you're sick. Okay, let's do these supremes. So I'm trying to find the first segment here, and it looks like there it is. So the first one's always the tougher one, not tougher, but like you got to get a start somewhere. The first one's usually not perfect, but that, and I say not perfect because that's still, no, it doesn't. Yeah, that still has some of the wall, the membrane on it. So the membrane, basically out from the center, there's a membrane between each segment of fruit, and the supreme is just taking that completely off and out, and what you're left with is this, which is basically just all of the little packets put together. And now we have that, so we have a good place to start. And I've got, yes, there's a membrane. So now that I've got that first one done, all the other ones become easier because it, I can sort of see where the next membrane is, and I can make that separation on the piece of fruit itself. Phoenix says the vitamin C bit has been disproven. Okay. Yes, the increase in liquids, though, for sure. The increase in liquids is always, any sort of hydration is always helpful. That, I believe, is not up for debate. So we're supreming this. If you want to like get a little closer look, that's I've zoomed in on the screen there. And so like there's a membrane, right? We've got like the membrane. I just peeled that away. And then this is a slice. So we're going to find the next membrane and make a little bit of I'm going to make a little cut. And there we have a supreme. Just a piece of citrus without any membrane or anything on it. Ready to go. Next one. Peel. So sometimes you miss with the knife a little bit. Like I missed and I cut that one, so there's a little bit of leftover on there, and that's okay if that happens. You can always save the middles of these after you've cut everything out and make them like a simple syrup out of it, something like that, if you are inclined. Bell peppers and Brussels sprouts have more vitamin C than an orange. Right, but bell peppers and Brussels sprouts don't work for the citrus lobby. Mrs. Handy's Kitchen says, I remember having to make a fruit platter at college for 40 people and had to supreme so much fruit I vowed never to do it again. It is an annoying process. If you had to do this for like that size group, yeah, I would be like, no, we're not having that dish. What is the dish that requires that? Try again. No, ain't nobody supreming for I don't want to do any supremes for catering. That doesn't seem good at all. But yeah, you're basically like, when you chew on a piece of citrus, there's like something chewy in it, right? Always, there's like a little bit of like texture to it. You're basically cutting out the thing in the fruit that has that texture. Liz, I did, but earlier, and I'm happy to reiterate it. So, for one of the places I do work for, I write for food stuff, recipes, etc. Recently, they were like, "Hey, tell us what your favorite cookbooks are that live at your house." They don't have to be new; they can just be like your favorites. So I pitched the Repertoire cookbook that I use for a lot of different things, and they were like, hey, that sounds great. So the basic project is like, it's a write-up of that book, but it's also like, make something from the book and take a picture of it. So there's like a home photo component to that, and I, being the person who I am, decided to make a bunch of different things from the book because we're just going to have them all for dinner. And so today we're working on making those things and taking their picture. And the write-up will come later. But today is the food. So I wanted to make some of the things like from the book before doing any kind of writing. So that's the project. It's just another recipe adjacent food project. Sparky Crows, you have tea and a bottle of cola. Tea is good. I think the point about hydration was that. I hope you feel better. It sucks not feeling you're up to speed, and especially, I don't know. I feel like being sick in the summer is always annoying. Being sick in the winter is sort of like common, but then when you're sick in the summer, it's like, what happened? Why? I know for me, when I get sick in the summer, it's like, oh, because I still exist around children. Right. Right. Okay, well, those two slices are pretty small, so we're gonna just deal with that. All right. And so, yeah, we have a bunch of Supremes up here. And then we have this, like, leftover situation. So I'm going to, as I said, I think I'm going to put this in a pot and sort of do something with that. Wrong zoom. Okay, so we need to transfer all of this to the bowl. A bowl. Lemon, you sanded all of your walls. Sorry for the banging. Sorry for the banging. That's kind of amazing. I'm very impressed, like genuinely. Broccoli says, I'm not a fan of citrus fruit unless it's lemon or lime juice in some sort of sauce or marinade, but I love butchering a watermelon. Same on the watermelon. Liz, yeah, that is the project for today. Not a big one, but just like, hey, make a recipe out of this cookbook, you know? Yeah, Mix, you can't get unhot. That is, God, that is so accurate. Okay, Supremes are in the bowl, such as they are. They do not look very supreme, but it's okay. I dumped the rest of the juice in the pot. We're going to rinse the cutting board off. We'll dry it, and then we're going to start on our next batch of citrus. Okay, the Supremes are only for the excuse me. The Supremes are only for the grapefruit for some reason. So, yes. Sparky Chris, the heavy rain, no jacket, no umbrella. That does suck. I do hope you feel better. It is annoying to be sick in the winter. Cut the oranges into wagon wheels. Grapefruit into segments. Peel the tangerines and separate the segments. Okay, so I don't have tangerines here, so we just have some citrus. Is it supreme? It is. They are supremes in the sense of the latter or the more annoying of the thing, because they are. Oh, these are not blood oranges. Okay. They said they were blood oranges, but... Oh, that one is. Okay. Maybe they all are. That one just looked very orange. Air conditioning's been in and out of the main house for over a week. Oh, no. Oh no. Broccoli. Good luck. I hope you are... I hope you have... good... cooler weather for the next couple days. Lemon, I love a cold shower sometimes, but it's really rare. I don't get into a cold shower, but I will turn the shower cold as I'm in it. I feel like I can't get into it if it's freezing. I'm like, there's something just blocking. It's all of the nerve endings in my body rebelling against the idea of that frigid environment. Okay, so we're gonna do the rest of these oranges, because the oranges I'm gonna turn into wagon wheels as opposed to Supremes. So I'm gonna cut all of these at the same time. This is a blood orange. It's just a different, not quite the same, not quite the color I was expecting. That's okay. I'm putting all the peels and the droppings and all that in this pot, and I'm gonna put some water and sugar in that, and then just like make that into like a simple syrup. I'm not gonna do that on stream. I'm just gonna like start that, and then it'll finish later. But I am going to do that because there's a lot, and it's nice to not waste the citrus. This one's dirty. Don't want that one. It's a little one. Right. These are the same. These came from the same batch, just different colors. One is darker and blood colored, and the other one is blood adjacent. Okay. So projects today have turned out really nicely. I feel really good about everything so far. All of the stuff that I finished up to this point. I'm very happy with progress on this particular day. It's nice to cook out of a cookbook too, and not like actively have to think about any ingredients. I didn't riff on any of these recipes at all. I didn't change anything at all. I mean, I'm changing like some stuff in this recipe, but just because I don't have the exact citrus it calls for. But like, I don't think that's a huge deal. That's not like a fundamental change. Right, Savory Sailor, thank you for your resub. It's good to see you. I appreciate you. Welcome in. You know, it's the opposite of progress. Congress? Congress? Did I get that one right? I did. I did, because I too am pessimistic. All right. Especially today. I haven't looked at the news since I started streaming. I'm sure it didn't get better. There's only a few things that would really, really make things better, but we're not going to get into those. Went to high school with JD Vance. Is that a fun fact, or is that just a fact? Usually a fun fact elicits joy. Not feeling a lot of joy in that one. Not gonna lie. Sorry. But you know, good for you. Betty's a real piece of shit at the high school reunion too. Yikes. Any of y'all go to your high school reunions? If you haven't, don't. But like, if you did, what was your experience? Did you enjoy it? I went to my 5th year high school reunion, and then I was like, I will literally never go to one of these again. You couldn't pay me. I will go when I am famous. So never. No, I have no desire to be around anyone who I went to high school with. I'm friends with one person that I went to high school with, like, who I regularly communicate with. Other than that, I am not friends with anybody. Okay, these look great, and my salad, it looks good. I'm going to leave it at this. I'm not going to add more citrus to this because it looks like a good mix already, and I've got plenty of avocado to go in there. So we'll save these 2 oranges for snacks, etc. Okay. We're almost there, y'all. Next up is your 20 years, Savory Sailor. My 20 year happened already. And I did not go. So. Squeeze the grapefruit shell over the bowl to collect the juice. Peel the tangerine, separate the segments and add into the bowl. With the other citrus, toss gently to combine. Let's do that. Okay, we're going to add a little bit of the juice. It says squeeze the grapefruit juice into the bowl, so we just did that. I did not squeeze any lemon juice on my avocados. They are now brown. There's a little bit of lemon juice. So we're the same age. I'm 40. Almost said 41. I'm not 41. I graduated high school in 2002. Which was long enough ago. Okay. It is almost time for my 25th high school reunion. Jeez. Phoenix Yours 20 is happening in a few weeks. Yeah. Didn't want to be around then. Don't want to be around now. No, that's my vibe too. That is definitely also how I have considered whether or not to go. I was like, do I actually want to drive somewhere and see these people? No, I do not. Okay. Whisk in the olive oil and continue whisking until the dressing is emulsified, then season to taste with salt and pepper. Okay, so we need to whisk some olive oil into here. We're gonna do that real quick. We're gonna whisk this olive oil in, and then we're gonna take a quick break so that we can do the rest of the stuff here without interruption. Before that though, I need my small whisk. It's over here. All right. Oh my gosh, Mrs. Handy's, that's such a surprise. That would be such a surprise. You're like, oh my god. Oh my god, no. No, I don't want this. Okay, a quarter cup of olive oil. A quarter cup is 59 milliliters. Whoa, that's 59 grams. So, I'm going to add that. Perfect. 59 grams on the nose. Yeah, I don't want to spend any time with anyone I went to high school with. It's just not in the cards for me. And no shade on them. Go ahead and live your life, but I just don't want our lives to intersect ever again. They only intersected because we lived in the same area. Like, if I wanted to be, my thought is if I wanted to be friends with these people, I would have been friends with them. And I don't. So I'm not. And I really don't care about what they're up to. Okay, that looks great. We're going to add season to taste with salt and pepper. Yes, please. This whisk is annoying. This whisk is annoying because it's heavy on the back, and so you can't like leave it sit over the edge of a bowl. Yeah. Mrs. H, I will. Thanks for letting me know. I'm happy to do that. I know, the thick handle whisk. Like, I don't. It's annoying. It's honestly, it's like actually annoying to me. To the point where I don't like using that whisk, but it is the best one for the application that I'm actually doing right now. So I'm going to use it and I'm going to complain about it. Alrighty. We have made our sauce. Toss gently in the bowl. Arrange the fruit on the platter. Add the avocado pieces, tucking them in around the fruit. Spoon the shallot vinaigrette over and season with flaky salt and pepper. Serve immediately, it says. So let's get our dressing on a plate. We're going to make a little plate of this and I'm going to do some pictures. But first, next is picture time. Okay, so we're going to, let me put some water in here and just like simmer this on the stove for a little bit with a bunch of sugar. How much sugar? Who knows? Enough. Enough. All right, there's that. How much sugar am I going to put into here? I don't know. Half a cup. Roughly. Very roughly. I just kind of tossed it on top there. Let's stir that. Okay. Good. Now, an hour later, we'll have a nice little simple syrup. Okay, let's put things away, and then we're going to take a quick break. Ready. This is ready to go. This is ready to go. Cookies are ready to go. Ballot goes away. And we're good. I think I don't need this cookbook anymore. I think things are cooked, and not in the negative way that all the kids are using. Okay. Here's where we're at. We're going to take a break. We're going to play a game of words on stream. If you are new to stream, we do 3 minutes of ads every hour. We do 2 games of words on stream during that time. This time around, I'm gonna clear out my sink so that I can take some pictures on my big cutting board over there. So we'll be back. Here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we'll be right back. Good time to get a drink, good time to stand up and stretch, whatever you need to do. I'm gonna clear out my sink, and we'll be right back. Here we go.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right, let's clear the sink out here so I can use it or put the cutting board over it to take some photos. I'm not going to take the photos in the sink, but this is where I have the best light, and also where I happen to be able to have a camera that I can, like, you know, show that process so it's not just me talking. Let's clear the sink out first so it doesn't look horrific over on this the kitchen, which it definitely looks horrific regardless, but let's try to make it look slightly less so. Load as much as I can into the dishwasher. I know that some people have their sink on stream regularly, but I don't. And I'm always a little bit reluctant because it's just like usually dirty. And there's usually stuff in it, and it's never really that fun to look at, so I'm really selling it, aren't I? Anyway, this is where I take most of my pictures, is right here, because there's a window and there's some nice natural lights, and you know, it's really what you need to take good pictures. All right. Oh, maybe I'll wipe the counter off next to it too. Won't that be lovely? Wow, really getting clean today, y'all. I always wipe the counter next to it. I'm just being dramatic. I'm just being dramatic. All right, little bit of time left on this ad break, just a few minutes here. Okay. If you're on Twitch, welcome back. You were experiencing an ad break. Now you're not. Thanks for your patience. If you don't like ads and you hang around here regularly, consider subscribing. Consider getting a Twitch Turbo membership, perhaps. Please do not beg for gifted subs in chat. Not that anyone is doing that. I'm not accusing anybody, but we don't do that here. Shouldn't do that anywhere, really. But it does happen. I'm sure we've all seen it. Okay. We are good to go on picture time. Minimally styled, they said. That's what they want. So that's what they're gonna get. Let's do maybe a little plate of cookies. We'll do a plate of cookies. I'm gonna do a platter, one of these for the citrus salad, and then the other two things I'll just photograph on like a towel, I think. Not the chicken. The chicken I'll probably put on a plate. Okay, welcome back. Here we are. Did anybody new come in during the thing? I don't see first time chats. No. Does this game know NSFW words? Savory Sailor? No, it does not. It doesn't like anything with even the hint of impropriety. I'm sorry to inform you. The camera's like doing its own thing. Okay. Let's set up a little photography shot here. Silly, I know, but here we go. How's that? Okay. You're going to look at the sink for a second, and I'm sorry, it's sort of how it goes. Okay, but this is how I generally take all photos. Is just like this situation, and I take them from this angle because there's less shadow. If I like hold my hand right here, if I hold my hand like right here, the camera. Sorry, you can't even see that, can you? No. If I hold the camera like right here, there's no shadow in the center. So I figured it out in some ways. All right, let's get a few cookies here. So we're going to, they want minimal styling and indirect natural light, which is what we have here. So minimal styling means just like things on a plate, no props, no whatevers. So I'm literally just taking like some nice looking cookies from this tray, and we're gonna put them on a plate, and we're going to take their picture from like 2 or 3 different angles. Okay. Before you do that, you gotta wipe your camera, and then you just literally take your photo. Okay, there's a couple. Trying to escape the shadows. I know, it's always a challenge, and I always feel like when I see the shadow in the background, I'm like, damn it, I messed up. What I really would love is to be able to take a picture like this without soap in the background. And there's nothing like, I don't have any of the, you know, there's like, I don't know if y'all get served these ads, I do, but they're ads for like backgrounds, photography backgrounds. And I've thought about getting 1 or 2 of them, but I can't figure out what kind of background I want. Okay, I think that's probably good. Could I take these from like, oh, you know what? If I do want to do a close-up, I can move the soap, and there's tile back there, and I can just get a like close-up shot with the background being inoffensive. Not inoffensive. The background looks nicer in this shot than with the soap in it. Okay, I think those are probably good. I know this is like the this is the part where I drop my phone into the garbage disposal. This is probably the least interesting part, but okay, cookies look good. There they are. And we'll do separate plates for everything, and then at the end, maybe I'll take like one big top-down shot of everything. Okay, let's get this salad all ready to go. I'm gonna mix this on the cutting board over here, but I'm gonna put down a towel first, because if I spill, then I'll have juice on the cutting board, and I don't want that. So let's do this. I need a spoon. I need 2 spoons. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and sort of mix this salad up a little bit. Got some Supremes. I've got some orange pieces. So this one, it says, you know, minimal styling, which we're gonna do relatively minimal styling, but we'll do a little bit here just to make sure I've got a good like balance of the different fruits that are in here and some good like more interesting visual aspects to this. So we'll do a little, just a minimal amount of styling. Mrs. H, thank you for your sub. I appreciate you. There we are. All right. Let's do another like piece or 2 on top. And another like blood orange segment. And maybe another grapefruit segment right there. We've got our avocado. Going to go on here. Oh, my waters with my oranges over here is just boiling away. Let's turn that all the way down to low. Okay, we've got some avocado. It says tuck the avocado in around the sides, so great. Let's go ahead and tuck some avocado in here. There we go. It's kind of funny. That looks good. Looks fine to me. I need another spoon for my sauce here. And take a picture of this just as it's dressed. I'm here far too often not to. Well, I appreciate it. And certainly if you hang out regularly, so benefits of subscribing, obviously you get some emotes, you get ads, no ads on the channel. More long term, you also get an entry into Cookie Club every single month. If you're a subscriber, you're guaranteed at least 1 entry. And most months we have at least a few people who win because they are subscribers and for no other reason. So thank you for your subscription in general. Looks delicious. I hope so. It definitely looks. It looks edible and tasty. I'm happy with. Sort of happy with it. There's a lot. Damn it! There's a lot of shadows here. Why am I getting? Hold on. Let's do. I'm gonna add like a little bit of light here. I'm just adding a little bit of light from the other angle. There we go. Okay. That's better. And let's get, again, a little like closer in shot. I don't know how much, I don't know what exact type of style they're looking for, so I'm trying to get like a few different ways. Oh, there we go. I found a good angle. Oh, nope, can't hold my hand there. I found a good angle with no camera light. I need my Bluetooth shutter. I like literally can't hold this still enough to keep it at like the best angle for this light. And click the side of the camera. When I click the camera, it like moves just a little teeny tiny bit, and that's super annoying. So I have, and I mainly use this for like my tripod. I have a Bluetooth shutter, one of these, that I can use, that will be helpful, because then I can just hold the camera still and click the shutter instead. Because it's like, wait, what the hell just happened? I think my camera just froze. Damn it. No, there we go. Ah, it's looking at me. Why is it looking at me? I don't want that. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Much better. Now let's get it without the faucet in the background. Beautiful. Okay, hopefully one of those works. And if not, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, next is the fritters. The fritters are going to go in... Oh, hold on, camera's moving just a touch. The fritters are going to go in one of these bowls because I love the way that these little things look. And they're nice to get round things stacked in. So, fritters are good. They are still warm. This is a new view, Cyborg. This is the camera that I use on the stove. For the stove, all of the stove stuff. It's just angled to the sink instead. So it's angled just a little differently. But it's the same camera and the same scene in OBS. So generally, this camera is facing over here, but now it is facing over here. Okay, fritters. Looking good. Looking good. That is... Got it. That is the right angle. That is the correct angle. It's not a right angle. It's a... I feel like fritters are weird to take photos of. It's like... What? I don't know. They just look like brown blobs. Minimal styling is fine in general. Not usually. Not my normal. Broccoli, thank you for the bits. All right. That should be good. Let's see. Do a couple like that, and then a couple like just straight up vertical. Wrong way. There we go. Perfect. I should have some like flowers or something just to put in the background. Okay. These look pretty good. I'm very happy with how these turned out. What if I just held them there? Wow, that actually looks a lot better than any of the other ones. Cool. And then we have the chicken. The chicken I'm going to put on a plate. And I think, how many pieces of chicken can I get on that single plate? Do I want to put 3 pieces of chicken there? Yes, I think I do. Because I've got 1, I've got 2, and I've got 3. Don't touch the top of that one with the tongs. The Harissa looks real nice. There it is. Okay. So we have some chicken here. This is Harissa chicken. And there we go. I'm way more used to the angles on these plates because this is what I generally take photos of, is this kind of this plate. Also, I wonder something. Hold on. Am I going to get a better picture right here? Damn it, I am. The lighting is already better here. Okay, we're going to come over. So now that we're Now that we've taken a bunch of pictures at the sink, I'm gonna go over and take a few more right here, because this is actually mostly after I cook dinner. This is where I take my pictures at night when there's no like natural sunlight. So we're gonna try this. I'm gonna try this from over here too. I'm gonna take just a few overhead shots of each of these, and then we're gonna do like a group shot, and then we're gonna taste everything. That's the move today. So we have a bunch of finished and plated dishes that we're gonna take a couple more quick photos of. I'm just trying to get a little different lighting, because they might not like the lighting that I just gave them, and so I don't know. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. We're just gonna make these are typical like Eat It Dad's Instagram style pictures, which you might be familiar with if you follow Instagram. There's a link for that in chat if you're curious, and don't trouble yourself too much if you're not, because I don't post there very often, because it takes time and I don't always think about it. It's just how it goes. Okay, let's take a few. Okay, that should be better. Microphone died. We must be at 6 hours worth of stream. Are we at 6 hours? We're at 6 hours. Look at that. Mike dies at 6 hours. We know this. We know this to be true. It's actually a little after 6 hours because I went live and then it died anyway. Perfect. Great. We did it. We did it. We've done the thing today. The thing that we intended to do is finished. Let's try some of this food, because it's like dinner time and I'm hungry, and I just made all this stuff. I'm gonna put this citrus back in the fridge. There was a big sound from behind there. We're gonna ignore that. We'll deal with it later. Is there anything in the freezer? No, there's not. This is good. Okay, this can soak in the sink, and we're good. All right. Hold on. Bluetooth shutter. Kosher salt back here. Other salt back here. And excellent. I should have taken a picture with the cookbook in it. Yes, I should have. That would have been thoughtful. Let's do that. Sorry, we're going back. We're going back one more time. But Lou, you said you were finished taking photographs. I know. I'm sorry. Happy Canada Day. I'm sorry. 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 Meanwhile, every Canadian's like, I'm offended and you're a jerk. And that's okay. Both of those things can be true. All right, let's just take one photo here with the actual cookbook in this shot as well. Because, you know, if we're discussing the fact that these recipes came out of this cookbook, it would be nice to actually have it available in the picture. I'm going to try to get everything in here. There we go. First of all, how dare you? Is there a second? I do dare occasionally. I told Gwen, so I've done a lot of things in life that are intentional and yet like silly. like when I started using Celsius as opposed to Fahrenheit, much to her dismay. At one point, I was like, you know, I like the way it sounds. I'm going to start saying sorry instead of sorry. And she was like, no, the fuck you are not. She was like, I will not deal with that. And I was like, okay, sorry. And she was like, rah. And I was like, I mean, anyway. Okay, there's a picture with everything in it, plus the cover of the book. Beautiful. Except there's like dead space in here, which is annoying. Products and like any type of arranged photography is always annoying. Okay. It's not annoying. It's fun. I actually really enjoy it. All right. Let me share with you what we did today. Joint celebrations sound fun, Velos. I do not live anywhere near Canada, and so it was literally not on my radar today. Until I was kindly reminded of it. All right, I am going to eat a piece of this chicken, but we're going to take this off of the plate here, and I'm going to have this, but I'm going to put this back in the oven first so that it stays warm for dinner for my family. We love joint celebrations in Canada. Hashtag 420, blaze it. Yes. The first time I ever had legal cannabis was in Canada, and it was wild to me as a human who is not used to the freedoms that our Canadian friends have. John, welcome in. Good to see you. Let's try some of this, shall we? What should we start with? I'm gonna start with a fritter because the fritters are looking good. All right, we have several things today that we made from this cookbook, Repertoire by Jessica Badalana. Excuse me. This is meant to be a cookbook that gives you tools for everyday cooking. The idea of having a repertoire is like things that you turn to when you need easy stuff to do. So if I was talking about like my own personal repertoire, things like quiche would be a big part of that, right? Things like pasta that you know, like sheet pan pasta, like sheet pan gnocchi, stuff like that. So this is a much more comprehensive book than that, and there's a lot of stuff in here. I picked 4 recipes and made all of them today. The 4 recipes that I make, that I have made from this book before. All of these are things that I've made before. I think all of these are things I've made before in stream. So I picked 4 recipes that I've definitely made and made those. My favorite, the one that I've made the most out of these is definitely the harissa for the chicken. The harissa chicken is by far the most frequently made thing. I don't always make the chicken, but I do like making the harissa. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put one of these corn fritters like right on this plate, because like that's where we're at. Welcome, y'all. Zach, hello. Welcome in. You're in time to see some food, like actual food, I hope. I don't even know where I was going with that statement. I was going to say, I hope you weren't looking at inactual food on your stream today, but like, I kind of hope you were. What were you looking at today? What was the vibe? What was the vibe? Becca Brownie, welcome in. Venomous Calshart, welcome in. Roxanne, hello. Hello. Destroying Angel, welcome. Hello. Claudemaster, welcome. Long time no see. I am here. I am visible. It's good to see you too. Or you didn't say that it was good to see me. You just said long time no see. I'm sorry. I'm reading into it too much. Hi. It's nice to see you. Princess Luna, welcome in. I ate gay. Do you have sexy chicken? All chicken is sexy if you try hard enough. Also, yes. Maybe? I don't know. Jamie, hello. Welcome. Hello. Macaroni Bagel, welcome in. Big Juicy Naturals. We just watched a sexy chicken video. A big juicy natural sexy chicken. I can imagine. I bet it was delicious. I also made chicken today. It's here in front of me. Let me show you what we made. Let me show you what we made. Christy Allison, welcome in. Gosh darn it, Corin. Hello. Sammy Sam, welcome. I don't want to know. I kind of do want to know, but like also I know that I know. So like I kind of don't want to know, but like, you know, it's you kind of know when you, I don't know. Fuck. I lost it. I lost the thread. There's 50 Shades of Chicken reading. Is that a thing? 50 Shades of Chicken sounds spicy. And maybe not spicy like well seasoned. A side of gross old man. Tracks. You slapped the chicken. I did not this time. Is it sexy? TBD. I don't know. Maybe it's spicy. It is spicy. So there is that. Friends, am I familiar with the 50 Shades of Chicken book? I am not. I am familiar with Winner Winner Chicken Dinner. But that's not what you're talking about now, is it? It's not. Welcome in, y'all. First, let me introduce anyone who is hanging out here to the Zachary Michael. Zach is a friend of the stream. Zach is a hilarious, extremely regular streamer, weekdays. And always like, I've said this many times, and I hope someone will back me up. I think someone will back me up. But Zach is the most perfect amount of like petty and caring. If you could have like, you know, like the first they're sour, then they're sweet, whatever commercials, like, I know, I'm sorry, you're not a Sour Patch Kid. I get it. You are a whole human being. But it broils down. It broils. We broiled some chicken. No, we didn't broil chicken. Anyway, please go follow Zach. Zach is great, friend of the stream. I would encourage you, hey, if you were here, maybe you came through with the raid and you're not following Zach on YouTube, there's a link in chat and you should follow that. Friends who joined us, welcome. We're doing some projects today. I should note that for any new friends who are like, please don't perceive me, I don't want to be seen, follows are silent. There are no alerts. There are no sounds. There's no chat messages. And if you follow, I'm not going to say hi to you unless you are chatting. And you could decide to chat whenever you want. We love lurkers here. It is what I do mainly on Twitch, is like lurk on different channels, and I don't often chat. So I get it. And if that's you, welcome in. I appreciate your lurk. I appreciate your follow. And if you want to be perceived, you know how to do that. That's what chat is for. My name's Lou. It's nice to meet you. This is a food stream. About every 4th or 5th stream on the channel is an IRL stream. We're out in the world somewhere, walking around Philadelphia or another city. To TBD, other cities. We've gone to Providence. We've gone to Baltimore. We tried to go to Toronto. That didn't work. I was in Toronto, but the stream didn't work. Anyway, irrelevant. What we did today was a project for a work thing that I'm working on. It was to cook from a cookbook that you love and take some photos of the dish that you made. And then the project itself is to like write about the cookbook. Anyway, we are have cooked from this book called Repertoire by Jessica Batalana. Not an ad, not an endorsement. I guess it's an endorsement. I'm obviously endorsing it. I love this cookbook. I've made a bunch of stuff from it before. Today we made a couple recipes that I have made in the past, and we were just about to both look at them and taste them. So, first thing we made was corn fritters. The corn fritters are mainly fresh corn and like a fritter flour, milk, egg base. They also have chives or green onions in them. So that is what this is. Come on in. We're gonna crack this. Maybe we're going to crack it. We're not going to crack it. It doesn't want to be cracked. Hey, there's the inside of that. So that is a corn fritter. I'm going to give it a try. Fried and crunchy on the outside. I pan fried these in a large cast iron skillet with a bunch of vegetable oil. So they were pan fried, about 2.5 minutes on each side. And they are a dream. A good one. I love corn fritters. I love corn. Corn is probably my favorite vegetable. I love fritters because they're fried, obviously. These are definitely one of those things that I make in the summer when I'm like, when I'm strapped for ideas. Like literally I'm like, I don't know what to make. I'm just like, fritters. It's corn a vegetable? Yes. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a botanist. And I'm not a nutritionist. So I don't know. I can't tell you definitively, but I'm pretty sure it's a vegetable. Velis, what did you come up with? 50 Shades of Chicken sounds like a weird sexualization of a thing that needn't be sexualized. I'm sorry. Like, I'm all for like a sexy spinoff. But why? But why? But why? Why? Chicken is sexual. It's all breast and thighs. Let's be real. That's true. Big, juicy, natural chicken breasts. Chicken. It's designed to be funny, but maybe it's a little creepy. I think so. I think it is. Was this like a reward? Some sort of weird cooking sexualization of chickens. Yeah, I like... I'm sorry, but like... If you want sexy cooking time, chicken with like sputtering fat, not the vibe. Not the vibe. Not my vibe. Wow, I just ate that whole fritter. I did not intend to eat that whole fritter, but I could not stop. The final Mrs. H says, I found a lot of US meals have corn compared to UK meals. Any idea why? Yeah, we grow so fucking much of it. Because we grow a lot of it. Because it's in everything. Because like America. Corn and wheat. Yeah, how to shibari the chicken. Right. I bet. Okay. Wait, hold on. I can show you this. This is speaking of chicken, this is a, my son is asking what dinner tonight is. Dinner tonight is corn fritters, chicken, and a citrus salad.
Okay.
But this is a harissa chicken. This is a chicken thigh that's been roasted. The harissa sauce is homemade on here. It has caraway seed, cumin seed. What was the other seed in there? Carry the one. I forget. It also has cayenne pepper and paprika, roasted bell pepper that we roasted, not roasted. What did I do to it? I burned it. I charred it. I charred it on the stove. So this is harissa. It's a little spicy. Hit caraway the one. Get out. Get out. Oh my god. What is the other spice in here? It's going to bother me until I find it. Cumin, coriander, caraway, garlic, cayenne, Spanish or smoked paprika, salt, tomato paste, olive oil, and chicken thighs. You can't impress me on this day. Not on this, our Canada Day. You do you. You are welcome. We're going to try this chicken. It's a little... It's not... I've had it out of the oven for a little while because it's... I was taking pictures of it, which is also part of the project. This is great. And I love earlier, like way earlier when I was tasting the harissa and I got like, I got a little sweaty. This is better because there's just like chicken in addition to like heat. Yes, lemon. I should note that corn is also native here. Yes, that is true. So we have a long tradition of eating corn. Megan, you're making pizza on the grill. Nice. Grilled pizza is fun. You say it's a lot of work for just okay pizza. That's kind of how I feel about grilled pizza. I love it when someone else makes it. It sounds better than the original 50 Shades of Grey. Right. Which I did not read because my understanding was that it sort of like perpetuates some abusive scenes and stereotypes. Anyway. Ooh. I love chicken thighs. You can roast chicken thighs for like 5 hours and they'll still be good. This is great. I love harissa so much. It's the perfect amount of spice and heat. It is just delightful. I'm gonna leave the rest of that chicken because I'm gonna eat dinner. So all of this is like for my family as well. We're gonna eat this for dinner. So I also want to eat dinner with them. So yeah. We need a boat sound alert. What should the boat sound alert be? Because I feel like I could just clip that. I feel like I could say it and clip it and then have it be a sound alert. If that's what you want. Otherwise, I don't. What else could we say? You find the book kind of boring and lame. That was also my assumption. I was like, oh, everybody's into it. Nah. Yeah, what is the perfect book phrase? Would the perfect phrase be the original one that was like that was accurate to what's the word? Authentically spontaneous? Here's what else we made today. This is probably my favorite just personally of these dishes. The corn is great, but this is a citrus salad with avocado. Avocado? What is that? Avocado, blood oranges, Valencia oranges, and grapefruit. It has a lemon vinaigrette. So lemon juice, olive oil, salt, pepper, and shallot. Mrs. H, enjoy the rest of your evening. It will be midnight before I know it, too. And I will most certainly still be up and wishing that I had your self-control. Very good. Love a good avocado. Avocabler. Is avocabler a new dessert? No. The lemon, the shallot is good on this. Fuck. That's so good. That is so good. I absolutely love citrus, and just the combo of like the shallot in here is the perfect like foil for citrus. It looks super summery. It does. Except that, like, citrus season, isn't citrus season in, like, the winter? I know citrus season is in the winter in, like, Florida, etc. I am going to eat the rest of this, though. Because there's more. And I don't think this will be the most popular thing for dinner, so... Damn. Also, I'm pretty hungry. I don't know if you picked up on that. Wow. That was obscene the way I just ate that. Oof. 50 Shades of something. That was really good. There's none left. Okay. But we also have cookies. But wait. There's cookies. These are chocolate chip cookies that have beguiled me for a very long time. I've made these several times. They have turned out perfectly once. Hopefully. I don't think these are going to be perfect, but they look great. Here's a cookie. Here is a, ready for this one? Here's a cookie. Here's the inside of it. It is definitely chocolatey. Looks all right. Oh my God. Now I don't want to eat it because it's brown. That's fine. I'm just kidding. I don't care. Don't read into that. These are pretty good. These might. Oh no, these might have done it. We might have done it. Phoenix, you just bought the chicken book? Godspeed. Oh my God. Good luck. Good luck. Remember, it's better to ask for permission than for forgiveness. What were the previous problems with the cookies? All user error. 100% user error. What was the problem? What was the outcome of them? Mostly, sometimes they've been dry before. They've been crumbly before. They've been hard and not soft. Even though I baked them for like the minimum amount of time. They have not spread, and I'm pretty sure they have spread too much. At least that's my recollection, was following the recipe exactly. Yes, I think that that's true. I also made a full version of the recipe, so I didn't do half or double, which I've also done before. These turned out really well. They're soft. They're pretty damn good. If you warmed this up, this would be way better. Like 10 seconds in the microwave. Maybe 15. An amount of time in the microwave. Man. These are so good though. They're better. I don't know if they're like the best, but they're a lot better than what I have gotten before. There's nothing special about them. Nothing at all. They're good. They're just good cookies. Like, they're a good, tasty chocolate chip cookie that is like exactly what you think a chocolate chip cookie should be. Or what they're what's the word? If you picked like a bunch of just stereotypical like good chocolate chip cookie recipes, this one attempts to be like the right like the best version of that. There's nothing specifically notable about them. They don't even call for like special chocolate, you know, or any like anything really. I know that I've messed them up before. I'm I've also messed them up before because I didn't cool the butter enough, or I didn't let the butter warm up enough, I think. Is it a volumetric recipe? It's like, yeah, I mean, it calls for like 4¼ cups of flour. There's no weight to it at all. So I think what has happened in the past is I've tried to make them and they have then gotten, I tried to make them with weight and that might have had something to do with it. I don't know. They just they don't do very well. You have to sort of follow the thing definitively and they feel a little finicky. That's all. They feel a little finicky. Okay, we are finishing up today. You know who I'd love to raid? We have lots of friends in food and drink. We do. We have lots of good friends. And if you're a food and drink streamer and you're not in the food and drink club yet, you can get a link to that in chat. There is a link to that in chat. We are going to raid Jane Henry today. Jane Henry is a friend of the stream. Jane is one of the first people I ever saw doing food and drink on Twitch, and she is an absolutely, wow, I didn't finish that word. Jane is an absolutely lovely human being. Her streams are super chill. She's really welcoming. She looks like she's doing congee today and keto chicken and waffles. Soul food, summer soul, it says. And Jane was, let me be effusive for a second, but Jane was one of the first 2 or 3 people I ever saw streaming in food and drink on Twitch. She's been around for a while and has been super consistent with cooking from her heart and things that are just things she, it's not always wild and experimental. She's a home cook and the vibe is just lovely there. So if you're not hanging out or whatever, I know Jane would appreciate a follow and I know she'd appreciate a hello. But we're gonna go. Oh, Jane is raiding. Oh no. Okay, listen, go follow Jane Henry. Hold on. There's Jane Henry. You can go follow. You can go follow Jane. You know who else is a super sweetheart? Bob Bakes. And who I was who should I raid today? Bob, no offense. I think we've raided Bob Bakes since more recently than we raided Jane. And Jane's not usually streaming for me to raid. And neither is Bob. And we're gonna go there today. Hey Bob, if you're watching this after the stream, you're wonderful. You're wonderful too. And I want you to know that I had the tab up and I was making decisions, and it was only because we rated you anyway. So here we are. We're gonna go raid Bob Bakes. Bob's great too. Oh my god. Now I feel awkward. It's fine. Let's raid. All right. Did I miss Cookie Club drawing? Dan, you did not. We did not miss Cookie Club drawing. I didn't get enough time. I just didn't get around to doing. Hold on. Let me hit start rate. I didn't get around to finishing all of the things that needed to happen for that drawing. So we'll do that on Thursday, essentially. Hopefully. We should do that on Thursday, regardless. Okay. Here's a couple raid messages in chat. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. What the hell? Who cares? We don't need raid messages. They weren't working anyway. Huh. Oh, wait. Oh, there they are. Okay, odd. Anyway, we'll be live again on Thursday. Same time. noon. I'm gonna try to be live at noon. I'll try to be live at noon. On Thursday. Sorry, did I say that? I definitely said that. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. I appreciate your company. This was fun. Fun to put some like actual recipes together and like just work out of a cookbook. Fun to sort of let my creative self go for one day and just like follow along. I don't know what we're gonna do on Thursday, but we'll see you then. If I don't see you on Thursday or before then, I'll see you in chat. Thanks for hanging out.